Okay, so hello everyone. So I have a little bit of good news and bad news. We are up and running here. The good news is we're up and running. The bad news is I think our polling isn't working. So we'll try to fix that behind the scenes. Hopefully we'll have that up and running maybe at the break. But together we'll walk through the case studies together. I'm assuming you're seeing our full screen here. Jessica, you can nod too. It says CodeQuest for Retina Practices looks up and running. So I just want to first of all welcome everybody to CodeQuest today. We had an amazing morning session that was led by Matt Baugh and Dr. Haley. Wonderful content, great course, a great crowd. What's wonderful is that with this virtual option, we are recording CodeQuest. And so you'll be able to view CodeQuest later with that recording option. We'll also be able to share it with others that couldn't attend today. So that's the good news of the day. So apologies if because our polling is probably not working here, but we'll walk through our case studies together and we will still have amazing content just without that fun feature that we are used to. I am Joy Woodkey, the Academy's Director of Coding and Reimbursement, and it is just my honor to welcome my two co-presenters today. First of all, Dr. John Haley, who is a longtime champion of the Texas Eye Physicians and Surgeons. He also has served on the Academy CPT and Health Policy Committee, wealth of knowledge on coding and reimbursement and also health policy. Dr. Haley, thank you so much for being here today. And then also I want to introduce Jessica Schroeder, who's on. She was the one that welcomed you. I was playing with some technical difficulties behind the scenes. Jessica is a practice administrator in North Carolina. She is also the Academy's AAOE board chair. So she is the board chair for the year. Jessica, welcome, and maybe just say a few things about yourself.
So excited to be able to present with you. I'm sad that we didn't get to make the trip to Austin, but excited we at least get to be together virtually. I'm the administrator for a 5-doc practice in Wilmington, North Carolina, so over on the coastline, living at the beach, and we are growing to number 6 this year, and just went through our first large construction project, kind of consolidating a couple clinics into one main hub. So just a growing area, and excited to be here and just share some information with y'all today.
Great. Thank you so much for being here, Jessica. And Jessica really has that, like she was just saying, that real world experience, what to expect in a retina practice, and some of the challenges that you all are experiencing each and every day. None of us have any financial relationships to disclose. We are so grateful to AbbVie, who has continued to sponsor CodeQuest each year. To claim your credits for this virtual event for CMEs, go ahead and scan that QR code and make sure that you visit aao.org/codequest-credit within 30 days following this course. And you'll find Austin, Texas, Retina CodeQuest, and that's where you will claim your credit. You can also, if you're trying to download certificates of completion, you can do that as well. There's no iJacopo credits for this live event because it's live and virtual, unfortunately, but we do have those CME and certificates of completion. Here's the information on polling. You can try to scan that QR code, but I'm pretty sure the polling's not working. So we're going to actually just walk through together some of the questions. Like I mentioned, when we go to the break, I'm hoping that I'll be able to fix the polling. But our first question is, we want to know who is in the audience. And so if you want to go ahead and just put in the chat who you are, front office, biller, coder, technician, administrator, physician. We like to know who's in the audience. I know this morning when Matt was actually doing this polling, and I can see here that no, my polling's not working.
What the hell?
Physicians, administrators, and some even others. And sometimes when I see polling and it says others, that could be surgery coordinators, referral coordinators, billing managers. There is different roles within the ophthalmic practice, but every single person in your practice contributes to appropriate coding and reimbursement, and it's part of the revenue cycle. It starts when we're scheduling the patient, all the way through the clinical encounter, and then of course through final reimbursement. And so we're grateful for all of you that are here today. Now, this is, of course, CodeQuest for Retina. So the good news is if you are in a retina practice, we are talking only about retina. And why do we have a retina specific CodeQuest course is because there's so many unique scenarios and nuances related to retina coding. And so today we're going to share some of the most hot topics related to retina and some tips for you to make sure you're coding correctly. But we're going to start off talking about the Medicare physician fee schedule and the impact on your practice. And we're really going to focus on really just the codes that really impact retina. But most importantly, we're going to talk about, which we do every single year, is E&M and iVisit codes and how you choose. And again, I'm going to say a few times throughout this year, it's going to be even more important in 2026 that you're considering both families of codes. And then we're going to talk about which are the new codes really impacting retina and then what else you need to know. Then Jessica is going to lead us through Connect to the Why. We're going to take a deeper dive into some of the coding principles, some of the coding rules, and how those impact your choices each and every day as you make code selections. Then we're going to talk about own your audit strategy. At CodeQuest, we talk about what's the new and latest audits that your practice could be facing. And with this Retina CodeQuest, we're going to be focusing on the specific services that are being targeted in a retina practice. And this is a really important segment. We also want to look at it from the perspective of how can we elevate your documentation? How can we prepare your practice for that next audit? And we're going to apply those skills into practical application. Then we're going to walk through what Jessica and I are calling Discover the Top 5 Intravitreal Injection Denials. Maybe you have a top 5 in your practice, but I know that we have a top 5 as well. And these are related to questions that we get at coding@aao.org or retinapm@aao.org. And we're going to walk through those top 5 together, but most importantly, how to avoid those denials. Then Jessica's going to walk through a segment called To Bill or Not to Bill. And that really is the question. Sometimes, can we bill the patient or can we bill the insurance, or should we make sure that we're billing the patient or in all cases bill the insurance? So it's a really good segment. We're going to walk through some real life examples and we're going to code them together. And then our final segment is a retina coding competency challenge. And this is where we're going to test your skills. We're going to walk through some challenging cases and we're going to code them together. So you received a link to the electronic workbook and you can follow along with our slides. You can also use that electronic workbook as a resource to go back as you listen perhaps to the recording or you go back to your practice and take back some important takeaways. I want to point out the appendix is just packed full of resources, including fact sheets and articles and checklists. And I always say that that workbook is worth the price of admission to CodeQuest in itself. There's so many resources and we really highlight the most important topics that you need to know. So each and every day in your practice, we make choices and there's different roads that we can go down. And we're thinking about coding in the encounter. Which modifier perhaps should we add, or is this the appropriate ICD-10 code? And we can walk down different paths. And in this example, in this picture here, going to the right, we see blue skies and sunny weather, maybe not in Austin today. However, that pathway there in coding and reimbursement land means no denials, that you're paid the first time. But sometimes we might make choices that might lead us down a little bit bumpier road. And perhaps that storm that you're facing there in Austin. And we experience in those scenarios denials. We might then also fail appeals. That could be related to multiple reasons, including inappropriate documentation or deficient documentation. It could also be incorrect coding or not following the payer policy. So today, as we walk through some of the segments, we're going to consider which path would you choose. And our goal, of course, is that we're choosing the correct path so that you're paid the first time. Now, our goals always are to appropriately maximize reimbursement so no outside source can recoup. And that means that once you are paid, that no outside auditor can come back and recoup. You often hear us say, just because you were paid doesn't mean it was correct. And what we're talking about is just because you were paid, sometimes it gives a false sense of security that everything was okay, I billed it appropriately. However, we do know that payers do make mistakes and they sometimes pay you incorrectly, and they can come back and look at your chart records, they can audit you, and they can recoup that money. So we want excellent documentation, we want appropriate documentation so that we safeguard that reimbursement. But this year, we also want to take a deeper dive, and Jessica is going to help us walk through translating a deeper coding knowledge into clear, actionable steps and help us walk down that clear path to those sunny skies. Let's talk about the Retina coding update. Really, there's really an extensive coding update for this year, but we're really going to be looking at it just from the perspective of Retina. We did provide a deep dive into the overall coding update. It's part of your appendix. It's what we call the bonus edition, where we added some other category 3 codes that are not widely used in ophthalmology and in a retina practice. Also, there's some information on ASC prior authorization demonstration, but that's related to Botox injections and blepharoplasties. And then some other updates related to the Medicare physician fee schedule. So our goal here in this section is really to talk about how it impacts a retina practice. So first of all, let's take a look at the Medicare physician fee schedule and the final rule that was published last fall by Medicare and how that impacts your reimbursement. So from the One Big Beautiful Act bill, there was legislation that actually boosts the Medicare conversion factor by 2.5%. Now, that is only a temporary 1-year increase. So we have that increased conversion factor component for this year, but really we are facing in 2027 more cuts, and that will probably most likely go away. So this is a temporary increase unless Congress acts. Now, additionally, there was some increases related to macro conversion factor updates. So for physicians that were qualifying APM or advanced alternative payment model participants, they had a 0.75 increase in the conversion factor, but the majority of ophthalmologists are non-APM, and so it was a 0.25% to the conversion factor. And then there was also what's called budget neutrality. So overall budget, if there's a little bit of surplus, it then gets shifted to the conversion factor. However, in this case, this 0.49% increase seems like a nice little bump. However, you're going to see it's not quite such good news because it's actually coming from our surgery and reimbursement and the non-time-based services. And so it's not necessarily good news, but it does increase the conversion factor. So the bottom line here, we're going to really focus on that right-hand side because ophthalmologists really are that non-APM conversion factor, 33.4, and that's a 3.3% increase in the conversion factor. But the conversion factor is just one component of the overall Medicare physician fee schedule. So the conversion factor is multiplied by the relative value unit, or RVU, of each individual CPT code or service that you provide. And that RVU has 3 components. So in that RVU, you're reimbursed for the work component, which is the reimbursement for the physician, which includes time and intensity related to that service. Also included in that RVU is the practice expenses. And the third component is the professional liability or the malpractice risk. So those are all added up into a total RVU. That total RVU is then multiplied by that new conversion factor, that increased conversion factor, 33.4, and then it's adjusted based on where you live geographically across the country. So perhaps in Austin, Texas, you're paid a little bit different or more than some other cities, perhaps in a rural area in Texas. So when we're thinking about this conversion factor, this is great. We see that bump at the end there in that graph. However, overall, we have seen a dramatic decrease in the conversion factor, especially post-COVID. And it's nice that we had the bump here, but if you look over time, 33.4 is still pretty close to what we saw maybe around 2012. And it's still much lower than even in 2000. So we know that the conversion factor has not been increasing at the same rate as inflation or the expenses in your practice. And at the Academy, we want a permanent fix to the Medicare physician fee schedule. But the temporary good news for this year compared to last year is there is an increase in the conversion factor. We're going to talk about how we can leverage that increase this year to increase your profitability. But in the Medicare physician fee schedule final rule, there was two policies, and we consider them to be very flawed policies. The Academy did push back in the proposed rule, saying that we did not support these two policies. Unfortunately, they were in the final rule. And the first one is called the efficiency adjustment. And so CMS believes that there's some CPT codes, non-time based services, where physicians are getting more and more efficient. And as a result, based on that non-time based services, that they considered a 2.5% reduction based on the efficiency. So based on being efficient, we're now being penalized by that 2.5% reduction. And this is just on non-time based services in the facility setting. Now, this reduction created an increase in the budget, which then, because of budget neutrality, was that extra money was shifted to the conversion factor. But what does that mean? Is that means that the non-time-based codes are reduced by that 2.5%, conversion factor was increased. So this is impacting also the facility codes, but also impacting the facility-based services that you provide, or what are called the reduced indirect practice expenses in the facility settings. So according to Medicare, so when you're paid in the office, you're paid for that, again, that physician work, the direct and indirect practice expenses. Those are the two components for that practice expense component of the RVU, and then the malpractice risk. But then in the hospital setting, it's a little bit different. And according to Medicare, they really thought that that indirect practice expense was somewhat of a double dip, being paid to the surgeon, and it was paid in the office, and then also the facility, between the facility and the ASC. As a result, the facility indirect is based on a complex formula that really ties back to work RVUs. However, we disagree with this policy. The bottom line is that the reimbursement for non-facility services then increased. That means the services you provide in your clinic increased, while the facility service reimbursement went down. And where you're going to see with this indirect practice expense and the efficiency adjustment, the decrease in the facility setting is the RVU when it's performed in a facility setting. It did not impact the RVU in the clinic setting. So we're going to take a look at how this overall impacts you. But many of you have heard, because of the Medicare physician fee schedule, our surgeries are going down, and that's going to dramatically impact our revenue. But we have to look at the forest. We can't just look at the tree. We have to look at the big picture here. And with our temporary increase in the conversion factor, there are opportunities to actually offset in 2026 the reduction in the facility setting by offsetting with the increased production in the clinic. And really, this really has an opportunity in retina. Retina is high volume, a lot of clinic-based intravitreal injections, office visits, diagnostic testing. Those are increasing. The OR procedures, which is not as much productivity, yes, paid a little bit higher. However, the offset of the increase in the clinic is most likely going to dramatically offset your surgical reduction. Now, this isn't retina, but this is just an example of how to compare 2025 and 2026. And in this example, with the surgical codes that were used, this was actually a pediatric ophthalmologist practice. However, you can see that even though the surgeries were cut, with the increase of the office visits and the tests of the conversion factor, overall, the revenue for 2026 has a potential to increase, and that could increase your bottom line. So here's what it looks like when we're talking about office-based Medicare physician payments. We talked about that 3.4% increase in the conversion factor, but you look on the right-hand side and we're seeing bigger numbers like 6%, 5% increase. And that's because not just the conversion factor increased, but for some of these services, the RVU value also increased. I highlighted OCT because you see with 92134, for example, very slight increase, not really that much overall. So you're not going to see a huge increase on the right-hand side. But there's other services where, in fact, the RVU value did go up. and it does increase the overall increase much higher than what we saw with the conversion factor increase. Now, I also want to point out with E&M, all of the levels of codes had an increase in RVU value, and with the conversion factor increase, on the right-hand side, you see that some of the codes are even increasing 9.76%, like the level 5 new patient, or 7.01% for an established patient, level 3. So dramatic increase in E&M based on, first of all, the RVU increasing along with that conversion factor increase. Now, here is that sad news related to facility-based Medicare payments, and this is the impact of the efficiency and indirect practice expense adjustments. And you're going to see that based on comparing 2025 to 2026 total RVU. So that third column, the second blue column, and we could highlight, for example, in a facility setting, the complex retinal detachment was that last row. The RVU value went from 39.27 to 33.24, and that's based on those two flawed policies. On the right-hand side, that means a 12.6% reduction, around $160, and this is national averages for the complex retinal detachment. But we're seeing big shifts, again, in office visit codes and the clinic-based reimbursement. So again, we have that opportunity with E&M versus iVisit codes to even increase that reimbursement even more. So if you're a practice that says we only use E&M codes or we only use I codes, you're going to be losing a lot of money this year. The potential opportunity to boost your bottom line. Here is national average reimbursement with new patient and established patient codes. You see we highlighted that all the RVUs went up for both E&M and iVisit codes, along with that conversion factor. But because the RVU values of E&M also went up a little bit more than iVisit codes, the comparison between E&M and I is a little bit more dramatic than what we've seen in previous years. So let's take a look at what that means in real dollars. So let's start with a case number 1. So if a new patient comes in and has a medically relevant history, a comprehensive exam, and low medical decision making, perhaps this is a patient with a PVD, acute PVD, and we're going to continue to monitor the patient, see them in a month. That's going to be low medical decision making, 99203. These are Medicare reimbursements. That's $117 nationally. Now, comparing that to the comprehensive iVisit code, and Medicare does not have any frequency limitations on iVisit codes, is $149. And you see the difference there is $32. So if you only use E&M codes, you're losing $32. Now, the next example is a new patient, medically relevant history, and a comprehensive exam again, but moderate medical decision making. This could be a new patient with a macular hole and a decision for vitrectomy surgery. That would be moderate level E&M or 99204. And that is paid at $177 compared to the iVisit code at $149. So that's a $27 difference. Now we say that that is for all payers because that's based on RVU value. So if you are in the camp that says we only use iVisit codes, you're losing $27 each and every time that you have moderate medical decision making for a new patient. Right-hand side. Established patient, medically relevant history, comprehensive exam, low medical decision making. In this case, comparing the 99213 E&M $95 to the comprehensive iVisit code $127, still $32 difference. Better to use the iVisit code for the Medicare patient. And final example, established patient, medically relevant history, problem focused exam, moderate medical decision making. Now this could be that PVD patient that comes in 1 month or 2 months. And now that patient actually has a retinal detachment, but we didn't do a full eye exam. We just saw the patient. We did a problem-focused exam. Didn't need to do a comprehensive exam. Well, that's a 99214 if there was a decision that now we need to go to the OR. So that is $135 comparing to the intermediate iVisit code, which is based on how many exam elements did you perform. So that scenario is $45 difference. So as you can see, considering both E&M and iVisit codes must be considered in 2026 so that we can maximize reimbursement especially with this conversion factor increase. Now, we've had this message every single year, but this year we believe it's even more important to keep your practice resilient, to increase your productivity and your profitability, most importantly. So I also wanted to share with you as you're thinking about E&M versus iVisit codes, and you think, well, maybe we do use both. But you can also take a look to see what is our utilization, not just in your practice, but at the physician level. But then what about comparing at the regional and the national level? Well, now there will be soon, for those of you in Iris Registry and that use Verana Health, who's a vendor for Iris Registry, they have a tool called Practice Insights. And coming soon in 2026, you're going to be able to use these reports to be able to identify where you fall as a physician, as a practice, and comparing it regionally and nationally to see if you're an outlier. Comparing E&M and iVisit codes, or what about, are you an outlier billing 3s, 4s, or 5s E&M codes? And this is a great tool to, first of all, identify, are we maximizing reimbursement appropriately by using both family of codes, but then also to target internal chart audits. If, for example, you're an outlier with billing level 5 codes, perhaps you should take a look at some of the documentation to see maybe we're over coding in certain instances. So it'll help us target for internal chart audits and also use this information to make sure that we're using the codes appropriately. Now, other coding changes for this year, again, CPT codes are implemented at the beginning of the year, and Category 3 codes can be implemented July or January of each year. We also know that National Correct Coding Initiative, or NCCI edits or bundles, are updated every single quarter. We're going to talk about some of those. In January of this year, January 1st, there wasn't any updates for ophthalmology, but there were some significant updates October 1 NCCI edits, and we're going to talk about those shortly. Now, if you want to check for current NCCI edits, you can link at aao.org/coding-topics to the CMS website and download their spreadsheet. You can also use tools like the Academy's Ophthalmic Coding Coach online product and the Retina Coding Complete reference guide. Now, included in the bonus edition, these two Category 3 codes that are not widely used in ophthalmology and especially in retina. But we're going to talk about these other codes, 0996T and the dark adaptation codes. So let's take a look at this new Category 3 code, 0996T, and most importantly, the descriptor. So insertion and scleral fixation of a capsular bag prosthesis containing an intraocular lens prosthesis, IOL prosthesis, with vitrectomy, including removal of crystalline lens or dislocated IOL prosthesis when performed. Now, this does have a parenthetical in CPT that says if you report this Category 3 code, you cannot bill, for example, any of the vitrectomy codes, nor any cataract surgery removal codes, or an IOL exchange or IOL insertion. And the reason why are all of those procedures are included in this descriptor. However, if you're performing a pars plana vitrectomy and an IOL exchange alone, that is not this code. You would have to first of all have that capsular bag prosthesis insertion that is containing that IOL and it's scleral fixated. So this capsular bag prosthesis is provided by different vendors. One is Lens One, and there's some other vendors that are providing that part. So unless your physician is using a capsular bag prosthesis that contains the IOL and then it's scleral fixated, this is not the code you use. But if you are using that, this is the Category 3 code that you would use and the only code that you would bill for all of those services. Now next, the dark adaptations had some changes. So we see that there was a brand new code added, screening dark adaptation measurement with interpretation and report. Now being a screening code, Medicare already has said we don't pay for this code because it's screening. Also, there's no RVU value. And so that means there's no reimbursement. Medicare, again, has already flagged it as non-covered. So if you did perform this, of course, you would have to obtain for the Medicare beneficiary an advanced beneficiary notice. And then there was a change to the existing code 92284, just adding a little bit more descriptor to the diagnostic dark adaptation exam, and a parenthetical saying, if you are screening the patient, make sure to use 92288. Now, because of the changes to those codes, the change and the addition of a code, this family of codes was revalued. And you can see the previous work RVU for the existing code, and then the recommended work RVU value. So 92284 is the only one that does have an assigned RVU value, and CMS accepted most of the work RVU recommended by the rec. And you see the NA for the screening RVU value again because that is non-covered and it does not have an RVU value. Now, there were changes to the Medicare administrative contractor policies, mostly related to services not provided in a retina practice. However, I really strongly encourage you to bookmark aao.org/LCDs to make sure to review policies related to retina, all the different services that you provide. Novitas does update these policies not just once a year, throughout the year, but we have them on our website, so it's very easy to find them to make sure have there been changes to our policies. What else do you need to know? There were changes for this year related to telemedicine. So if you provide telemedicine in your practice, QR code on the right-hand side will take you to our page that outlines all the different changes for this year, what has been extended through the end of this month, January 30th, and then what is relevant after January 31st. Now, I mentioned National Correct Coding Initiative edits, or NCCI edits or bundles, are updated every quarter. Again, there was no significant changes in ophthalmology at the beginning of 2026. And here's that link again to the CMS spreadsheet, and again, the references that we have at the Academy, including our online ophthalmic coding coach product that you can easily click on specific codes to identify bundles. Retina Coding Complete Reference Guide also has all those relevant bundles that you can look up in that printed product. But let's talk about what impacted retina. First of all, October 1 of last year, there was updates to the bundles related to CPT code 92137, which is for OCT and with OCT angiography. And that was a new code in 2025, 92137, OCT angiography. And at the beginning of last year, we didn't see immediate bundles, but because of the parentheticals, we knew that some of those were automatically bundled and would be coming officially in NCCI edits. Now, we saw some of the edits in July, but then other edits added in October 1. However, the ones that were added in the fourth quarter were flawed. So we immediately at the Academy saw these bundles and we wrote a letter to CMS. The first group of codes that we identified were that they bundled 92137 with fluorescein angiography, FA, ICG, and the combo code for FA, ICG. Now, the reason why we said this is inappropriate is because in AMA CPT, there's a parenthetical that says, when performed the same day, OCT angiography can be billed with FA, ICG, or FA, ICG. So CMS immediately responded and said, yes, we're going to make that change retroactive to October 1. They notified us of that in November. We will officially see that updated in NCCI edits on April 1, but again, it's retroactive to October of last year. But the other set of codes that were bundled October 1st were even more concerning, is that they bundled all the iVisit codes. So whether it's intermediate, comprehensive, new, or established with OCT angiography. And this would have been the only ophthalmic diagnostic test that was bundled with any office visit code. So we sent our letter back on September 25th. However, CMS immediately responded and said, we're going to keep the bundle. And then we politely asked for a meeting with CMS. And then we were able to have a meeting with CMS in December. And following that meeting, they did send us an email saying that they agreed and that they would retroactively remove the bundle of iVisit codes with OCT angiography effective October 1. And we will see that updated officially April 1 in NCCI edit. So again, those are all retroactive to October 1. Both the FA, ICG, combo code, and iVisit codes, those are now deleted. But you do see the other codes that were bundled October 1. These are appropriate bundles with other types of testing services. We also did see and expected the mutually exclusive edits with all the other OCT codes, including OCT of the optic nerve, OCT of the retina. But with the Academy's advocacy and along with the coding team and health policy team, we worked very hard immediately to get those inappropriate bundles removed from NCCI edits. Now, the QR code will take you to a blog where we had all of this listed, including other types of bundles unrelated to OCT angiography. Also, what happened last year, and I just as a reminder, because we are continuing to get emails and questions about this, July 1st of last year, there was a discontinuation of J3370 for vancomycin, and a new HCPCS code was added, J3373 for vancomycin. But what's important to note here is the descriptor. The descriptor with the new code is 10 milligrams. So that means that 10 milligrams or less of medication used is 1 unit. And so if you were using a 500 milligram vial of vancomycin and you injected less than 10 milligrams, you would have to bill on one line 1 unit for the less than 10 milligrams, and then bill on a second line, JW, for the remaining units that were wasted. And so this is a change, first of all, in HCPCS codes, and then also a change in how you would bill. Of course, if you did have a 10 milligram vial and you used 1 milligram, all the remaining wastage is less than that 1 unit, you would bill with JZ modifier. So change there. We did update our table of retina table of retina drugs on aao.org/retinapm, table of common retina drugs resource. And on that resource, we do have the appropriate HCPCS code and how to bill with either JZ or JW. You see it listed here. I highlighted at the bottom. We talk about different ways, whether it's JZ or JW. I'm also highlighting a couple changes that we updated with, for example, EYLEA HD did have an additional indication added with macular edema following a retinal vein occlusion. And then I did highlight there was a couple different biosimilars that were added last year with Q codes. So biosimilars with the HCPCS codes always start with a Q, and the biosimilars for aflibercept all were added last year. So that resource, sometimes it feels like we're updating that every day in retina, not necessarily as dramatic as I'm saying, but we do update that pretty frequently based on changes to HCPCS codes, indications, if there's an update to a HCPCS code. So I encourage you to bookmark aao.org/retinapm and to access that resource frequently because of all the changes that we see throughout the year in retina. Now, ICD-10 codes mostly are updated October 1 of each year. We do see some changes April 1, and in fact, we've previewed already that there are going to be some changes related to ophthalmology, and so we will be sending out notifications on those changes through Practice Management Express. So the AAOE member in your practice would get that information. And we will be also posting that on our website. But the changes that went into effect October 1 can be found at aao.org/ICD-10. But all of the changes are in our ICD-10 code for ophthalmology product and the complete reference for ophthalmology for 2026. But I did want to highlight some changes that really do impact retina. And this is actually good news. So it deleted what's called an exclude one edit. An exclude one edit means that two specific ICD-10 codes cannot be billed together on the same claim. And we had an exclude one edit for H33.3, that whole subchapter, which is retinal breaks without detachment, which is retinal tear, could not be billed with anything in the subchapter H35.4, peripheral retinal degeneration, which included lattice degeneration. So the bottom line there was with the exclude one edit, lattice degeneration and a retinal tear could not be billed together on the same claim. However, that now has been removed. We had asked for that removal. Effective October 1, you can now bill retinal tear, lattice degeneration on the same claim. There were some other changes, also some diabetes additional codes, and then we expanded our index. So it encourage you to make sure you have a current copy of ICD-10 for ophthalmology and have that resource, making sure, of course, that you're billing, first of all, the most current codes and the most specific codes that will help avoid denials. Now, this is just our polling again. I don't think our polling's working, so we're just going to go with the flow here, Jessica. I'm going to pass it to Jessica for Connect with the Why. I'm going to pause and kind of look to see if we have any questions. We might have a few
There's
questions
a few
here.
there.
Yeah, we do have a few here, and it said, first of all, will this be accessible on demand later? And yes, we are recording this, which is really good news because sometimes we might go through some sections that might feel like we're going through it quickly, but you will be able to listen to that later. And then there's some questions on modifier 25, and I'm going to hold off on those because we're going to talk about modifier 25 in our audit section. So we'll circle back to some of those specific questions. I do see a lot of 25 modifiers, so stay tuned. We're going to talk about it. And then there's a great question here related to OCT. So I'll talk about that because we're talking about OCTA. Is an OCT billable during a post-op period for a separate issue or progression of the same issue? So testing services are not considered in the global surgical package. So if medically necessary to perform in the global period, especially in the example here, we're saying for a separate issue, opposite eye, new diagnosis, yes. If there's progression of the disease that was treated in surgery, new symptoms, that makes sense. Now, where it doesn't make sense, it's not medically necessary, is just to confirm the surgery went well. So sometimes I hear we might need a fundus photo to make sure to show the macular holes closed. Well, that's great to have that photo, but that doesn't support medical necessity for that photo. But in general, yes, testing services are not part of global package. They do not need a special modifier. When medically necessary, you absolutely can bill those in the global period. So with that, Jessica, I'm going to pass it over to you with this fabulous section on connecting with the why.
Thanks, Joy. Yeah, I love this title because if you've ever trained someone or ever been trained, connecting to the why is so important. It really hammers home why we're doing what we're doing. And when you have a complete understanding of the topic, it just makes it easier to do it right. So let's jump in. I think, this morning, Matt talked a little bit about NASA's procedures here. You've got, you want to follow all the rules and you want to follow them explicitly, but sometimes you can miss out on the nuances that happen. And although I don't know a lot about NASA's procedures, I coach middle school girls lacrosse when my daughter was in middle school, and trying to explain zone defense is the same. So anybody who's an athlete and likes sports, explaining zone defense, this is your area that you cover, except when, somebody's running through this way or is this close to you, then you've got to shift. So it's the same thing, understanding those nuances of each little thing. And once you understand the true nuances, you can really perform the job well. So we're going to go ahead and move in. Don't forget about your appendix items. There's some really great resources back there. There's a wonderful a couple Savvy Coder articles that will help you get through some of these topics we're going to talk about. Modifiers, quick reference guides, and modifiers, I told Joy earlier, are one of my favorites. So hopefully you can kind of get yourself up to speed on those. Those are really fun. Look for some diagrams to help work you through, and then finally a fact sheet on unit of measure, which we'll talk about shortly. So I love choose your own adventure books. So we're going to tackle this topic like a choose your own adventure book. So which path do we want to take? The path of incorrect coding to lead us to this shipwreck in a storm, or the correct coding which leads us to this treasure box? So a big part of this is understanding our compliance guidelines and then what the risk is of getting errors and denials. And coming from an academic medical background before I was in private practice, compliance was hit hard to us every single day. You have a compliance office, so you know how important it is to follow these guidelines. So we'll jump right in to our first common coding misconception. So when an exam is performed during a global period with a different diagnosis than the surgery, modifier 24 should always be appended to the exam. Now, there's some truth, right? There's going to be instances where we're billing an exam in the global period and we're going to append that modifier 24, but first we have to understand the definition. So modifier 24 definition tells us that E&M code is unrelated to the original procedure. So if I think a common one we see in our practice is like that post-surgical CME, that's related to the procedure, so that's an instance where it would not be appropriate. Following the guideline that, hey, I'm always going to append this 24 can easily lead you to denials and the risk of audits. So let's think a little bit about this. Path to overpayment. Problem number one, if you're always appending the 24, it could pay that first time, but the problem then lies later on down the line when there's an audit and you're now in the middle of a big recoupment. Another path to overuse. So we look at modifier 25, and just because we are using a different diagnosis code does not necessarily mean it's a different and separately identifiable reason than the injection to bill this exam. The example here is a pain in the eye with a chalazion. They're both related diagnoses. So just because you're going to bill the exam with pain and your procedure with the chalazion isn't enough. It's the same with, injections. There has to be really a truly separate and identifiable reason than that injection to bill the visit that day. And I know Joy's going to hit the 25 modifier harder later, so we'll get into some of those recent releases of guidelines from Medicare and what that's going to look like in 2026. Modifier 59, how many of you, I know I can speak for our practice, we have an EHR that will auto-append the 59 modifier unbundled services in the same session. So if you don't have a staff who has a firm understanding of the definition of modifier 59 and when it's appropriate to unbundle, those claims might go out the door. And again, on first run with the payer, very easily could pay, right? And then again, facing an audit down the line, there's a lot of heavy recoupment going on. So you want to make sure, again, that your team that's looking at those has a firm understanding of like, hey, this is truly bundled. Is it appropriate or not to unbundle these services? And we always have to look to our payer policies for that guidance. Most of the time, we're not going to be unbundling anything. I know with our EHR as well, the 24 modifier can easily auto-append in the post-operative period. So those could go out the door pretty easily without somebody knowledgeable of the guidelines, reviewing those and sending those out. So it's important that you're also looking at kind of those electronic record systems and what they're doing to your claims. You want to make sure that those are getting cleaned up and scrubbed before you let them out the door by someone with some knowledge of the definition. So modifier 54, here's another one, knowing the guidelines for the management of shared surgical procedures, and then modifier 50, who's the payer? Is it appropriate to bill the 50 modifier RTLT, or do we have to look at the bilateral indicator and the MUEs of that code? So this will take us to our first case, the intravitreal injection with dual treatment. So the note states we're going to do an injection of Vabysmo in the left eye, an AC tap in the left eye, and an injection of Izervay in the left eye. So there's a few things we have to look at, right? So we want to bill the injection fee, we want to bill the AC tap, and we want to bill both of our drugs. So now how do we apply all of this knowledge of these medically unlikely edits to our claims? One eye, one session, how do we bill? So are we going to report 1 or 2 units for 67028? And again, hopefully if you can try to bill it, Joy might be able to, or vote, Joy might be able to see the response and let us know what it's saying. I'm not really sure. So 1 or 2 units on this. So the MUE for 67028 is 1. We know by definition we can bill this code 1 location per session, so 1 per eye. So that would be a max of 1 MUE or 1 unit per eye. So bilaterally, what do? We know that for bilateral, the bilateral indicator for this allows us to bill for both eyes. So again, that MUE of 1 is per eye for this diagnosis code. So next we look at the payer policy rules for that claim and decide how we're going to bill with that 50 modifier, right or left, 1 or 2 units for bilateral. So here's your next pop quiz. Correct coding if AC tap was performed due to volume. So are we going to build just the injection code and not unbundle the AC tap? Are we going to build both the injection and the AC tap and unbundle those with one of the modifiers, either 59 or XS? Or are we going to add the 59 modifier to both CPT codes and build out the laterality modifier? So again, it'd be really fun to see what all of you think on this one. So let's check out what that result should look like. We are only going to build that injection left eye one time. It's not appropriate to unbundle this. Again, we're going to look to the LCD. It's very rare that you find an LCD that says, hey, it's okay to unbundle this so you can build both codes. So we have to follow the rules of CPT at that point and know that it's not appropriate to unbundle these two codes. So now we have to move on to the drugs. We've built our procedure codes. How do we bill our drugs? What are the MUEs for Vabysmo? So how many of those can we bill on an eye? Well, we see it's 120 here, but we know Vabysmo is 60, right? So what does this tell us? It's allowing us to bill up to 120 units because we have two eyes, but obviously we wouldn't be able to bill more than that 120. So 60 per eye for this case. For the claim that we were billing previously, we would bill that Vabysmo just for the left eye with the 60 units, knowing we could never exceed 120 in one session. So the same with Izervay, we can bill that 20 per eye, so 40 max per day. So you just have to, again, understand what those MUEs stand for and the definitions of your HCPCS codes and how they want you to bill those as a payer on your claim. So we know CMS limits our CPT codes per day. So their definition of an MUE is the maximum maximum units of service reported for a HCPCS or CPT code on the vast majority of appropriately reported claims. So this is a key billing component for our retina world. We have to understand these MUEs because we're often billing bilateral services. We're often billing bilateral drugs. Our MUE example we used today was the 67028. So we know we can bill it bilateral and we can get away with twice that way, but per eye per session, that MUE is a 1. So we can only bill that once per eye per session, regardless of how many medications we're injecting. So it's really important that you understand those for both, our procedures and all of our tests that we're performing on a daily basis as well. And then add in the troublesome drugs that we have. So it's a lot of knowledge that we expect our teams to have, but it's important knowledge for us to have. So the big takeaway here is choosing our path, knowing our limits, or face the fallout, right? So we have to know the limits of all of these CPT and HCPCS codes we're using and mastering that MUE knowledge. On the flip side of that, underbilling, right? So if somebody in your billing team is billing out that Vabysmo with 1 unit on the claim, we're missing out on 59 units of Vabysmo and getting reimbursed at a very low amount. So it's not just the worry that we're overbilling, but we have to worry that we could potentially be underbilling units on these claims as well, which would also be a failed audit with some downsides that we're not excited about. So again, understanding those, we don't want to underbill, but we also don't want to trigger these payer audits and have to do a big recoupment at the end of that audit. So we can move on to case number 2 and understanding the bilateral indicators. Anybody, I'm sure, on your billing team who's working these codes understand these bilateral indicators. And again, we're ophthalmology and we have 2 eyes, so understanding those is a big deal. So when a CPT code is performed bilaterally, we submit 1 line with a CPT code, append a 50, a 1 in the unit, and double the charge. That way we get 100% for the first eye and 50% for the second. So let's move on to the case. Our bilateral indicator, our physician is performing a diagnostic B-scan ultrasound on both eyes. So as the billing team, we're gonna send out a CPT code 76512 on 1 line with a 50 modifier and double the charges. And we're gonna receive 200% of the allowed fee. Is that correct? Well, let's talk about it. I wish we could vote. It'd be so fun. So how do we confirm? So there's a great place with you guys being in the Novitas Mac. You can check on the fee schedule checker on there and look for your bilateral indicators. So with the B-scan, it's showing a bilateral indicator of 3. So this means you can receive 100% reimbursement per eye on that test. So a lot of our diagnostic and radiographic testing falls under this bilateral indicator of 3. So it's important to understand that bilateral indicator and then again the MUE for this code so that you can maximize your reimbursement here. So this is great. The team's doing it right. We're going to bill both eyes and get 100% per eye. Look again at a surgery. So if we look at most of our surgery codes, this RD repair code here, specifically this one has an indicator of 1. And again, you can use your Novitas fee schedule checker here. This is a great screenshot from there and a wonderful tool and resource. This is telling me that if I built it bilaterally, that I'm going to get 150%. So I'm going to get 100% on the first and a 50% on the second. So it's important, again, to use your appropriate modifiers depending on your payer and check your fees to make sure you're receiving that 150% reimbursement on these. So again, great resource here. You can also use your coding coach to look for those indicators as well. So let's look at the next step of this. What is the bilateral indicator for 67221, destruction of localized lesion of choroid photodynamic therapy? So a PDT patient that you're doing a bilateral treatment on. What is the bilateral indicator? My first thought, this is a 6000 series code, so I want to jump to that I'd get 150%. But what I need to look at is the bilateral indicator from Novitas and see that this is a 0. So these bilateral billing does not apply to this, and why is that? So we can look to CPT descriptors for a little bit more guidance there. There's an add-on code, and typically you would see that in the CPT description of, hey, if you need to bill this bilaterally, check for this add-on code and it'll give you that. So here we have 67225 for the second eye in a single session. So if you are going to bill the bilateral PDT, we're going to report the 67221 with whichever eye modifier we use there and the 67225 for the second eye. So again, we've got to connect the why. Understanding what these bilateral indicators mean will really help you, again, maximize reimbursement and protect you from overbilling. We see these listed here, 0, 1, 2, 3, and 9 to give you some guidance on what we're looking at. So we see that bilateral indicator of 1, which covers most of our procedures. The indicator of 2, that's saying, hey, this is already a bilateral code, so kind of think of your OCT or fundus photos. Your 3, which is a payment per side, radiology, those B scans, those fall into that. And then there's also the concept does not apply. We used the B scan example earlier, but again, we can apply the side modifiers to that and apply the correct units. So we're kind of starting to put the pieces together with our bilateral indicator and our MUEs. So again, we're choosing our path. Are we going to use our knowledge and understanding of the definitions of these and get into this beautiful path with the pretty trees? Or are we going to kind of just follow what we've always done and not read these guidances? So it's really important that we are using the correct modifiers, that we're identifying correct duplicate things and not sending out claims blindly, and making sure that we can, again, maximize our reimbursement. So again, putting the knowledge together, we're just going to kind of start stacking all of these skills together as we work through our examples. So we know the bilateral indicator will key us into the payment per eye rules, and at first glance of like our modifier needs, are we going to build this with a 50, right, left? The MUE is going to clue us in on how many units we can build per day. So how many times per session per day can we bill this CPT or HCPCS? But we have to look at both to make sure that we are submitting the claim correctly and getting the correct payment and following up on our fee schedule to ensure we're getting paid appropriately. So again, we keep building on our knowledge. We get to our next crazy thing that we have to deal with in Retina, our unit of measure. So let's kind of get into the case and we'll start getting into what this means. In our chart, we're documenting milligrams in the chart, mg, and I've always been told that we should use ME to represent the dosage as milligrams on our Medicare claims. And this is the way we've always done it, and we have always been paid. But now all of a sudden we're receiving denials, often with the invalid NDC from a commercial payer. But this is how we've always built it. What do we do? What is the problem here? So this is one of my favorite examples, and I love the way we explain this. So I have a teenage daughter, she's 15, loves a trip to a coffee shop, right? So let's look at this cup of coffee sitting here to start understanding unit of measure. So we've got our coffee, let's call it a grande. My teenager is gonna put 6 pumps of caramel in this grande coffee. I'm a little older. I can't take my coffee so sweet. Maybe I'll do 1 pump here. So those pumps of flavor, that's our dosage. The grande stays the same. So the grande is our volume. That's how big the basis of the measurement is. We look at that as milliliters. But in our grande coffee, the same one my daughter and I are getting, she's going to have a dosage of 6, and I'm going to have a dosage of 1. So the dosage is what we're reporting in the milligrams. The volume, that grande, is what we're reporting in milliliters. So I can't take that big dose of sugar. She's going to love it and ask for it on repeat if anybody else has a teenager out there. So it's important that we understand the way the dosage works and the volume works. So if you look at your syringe, that 0.05 milliliters in the syringe, that dosage is the molecule that's in there. So is it strong, like a 5 milligram or 10 milligram, or is it a little bit weaker? I kind of think it's easier to think about sometimes with our Lucentis, the 0.3 versus the 0.5, and the dosage that that patient is getting. So again, the stronger the dose, doesn't matter. It doesn't necessarily change the volume. The next thing you have to think about is this a liquid solution or is it a reconstituted powder? So if it's a reconstituted powder, that volume is going to be measured in a unit, a UN, versus the milliliter, which is the liquid we're used to, ml. So a lot of times with your antibiotics, if you guys have resulted to having to reconstitute powdered antibiotics, this is the UN that you're going to use for reporting that on your claim. So here's a great example. We know we have to report on the claim Eylea 2 milligrams per 0.05 milliliters. So we are using a 2 milligram dose. HD, we know that changes, right? So it's really important that you understand how to put that on your claim and where that belongs to avoid those NDC. So sometimes you just have to print out. I know we all use electronic, but it's great to print out your HCFA form and just make sure that it's getting put on your claim form correctly if you start getting that denial. It's a great starting point for troubleshooting. So again, unit of measure, understanding that we're using the correct terminology, the correct mg versus me for our liquid drugs. Are we using the correct dose for the drug that we're giving the patient, the Eylea regular 2 mg versus the HD? So making sure that all of that is correct and avoiding those pitfalls of the denials, because we'd much rather prefer that sunny trail to the right than that cloudy trail to the left. Joy, I'm going to turn it back over to you for the audit topic.
Thank you, Jessica. Such an amazing segment. I really appreciate the way that you presented all the MUE, the bilateral indicator, unit of measure. This isn't a beginner course today at CodeQuest. This is an intermediate level retina course, and the specifics that you outlined really impact your claims each and every day. So it's important to take back what you learned today regarding MUEs, bilateral indicators, but most importantly, that unit of measure, because that really does impact your revenue cycle. In fact, we're going to talk a little bit more about unit of measure in another segment. We're going to talk next about owning your own audit strategy. I did want to have a follow-up question here that we had from the audience. about the OCT. And the question is, mentioning that we have to have medical necessity for OCT is what I mentioned in the previous question. So the question here is when the provider orders an OCT and the findings are normal and the fundus exam has minimal pathological changes, can we still charge for the OCT? So this is a little bit of a nuanced question here. So my first question is, why did we order the OCT? So we know with delegated testing services, we need a documented physician order for all tests, and that needs to include the indication. So why was the OCT performed? Now, if there's really no indication or diagnosis, that's technically a screening test, and that's not billable to the payer or the patient unless the patient agreed to it. But the patient's not going to agree to a screening test in that scenario, most likely. So it's not billable. But if we're saying just normal, that might be just the fact that we're not documenting appropriately. If a patient has macular degeneration, the OCT is medically necessary, but the test interpretation needs to support what we see. Now, if there's been no significant changes since the last OCT, or we document that there's no fluid, or that there hasn't been any increased edema, or there's no macular edema, documenting what we were looking for and basically showing that that was not there or showing that there's been no progression. So to me, it sounds like a couple things. It's either a screening, so it's not billable, or lack of documentation. So great question. And now we're going to talk about own your own audit strategy. We want to focus on elevating your documentation, and also talk about what type of services are the payers looking at related to retina services. Now we're thinking about owning your own audit strategy. I like to think about playing a chess game. Now I'm not a chess player. My son was, though, previously when he was younger, and he was in a chess club. And so he spent a lot of time thinking about playing the game of chess. And you have to have a strategy. And there's certain things that you walk through, and there's certain parts of this game that you have to master. So we're going to use this analogy a little bit as we walk through the audit strategy. But I just want to point out that we have tons of resources in this segment highlighted here, including a deep dive into what we're going to talk about with Modifier 25 and the OIG report that came out last May and May of 2025. We have lots of also articles related to the topics we'll be discussing and checklists, our medical decision making table for E&M, iVisit code checklist, and then we did include, it's really kind of like a bonus here, your retina surgery flowcharts that are typically just in the Retina Coding Complete Reference Guide. We did throw those into your appendix, so it's kind of like a bonus to have those. I would definitely take those back to your practice for anybody that's coding surgery. So if we're thinking about audits, and we know it's not a matter of if but when, and preparing for that next audit, first of all, if we're looking at that chess example or that analogy, first of all, if you're playing the game of chess, you got to know the rules. There's a lot of different moves here. Not each one of those pieces of chess can move the same way. So first of all, we have to know how the chess game is played. Next, we have to practice. If we want to be a champion chess player, practice makes perfect. We also, if we're going to compete, we have to prepare for our next competition. We practice, we study the game, we understand a strategy. Most chess players know what their first move is each and every game. And if somebody does a certain move, they know what their next move is. So there's a strategy that goes along. Then know your reviewer, know who you're playing. Know how they might respond. And sometimes that might be doing a little bit of research ahead of time. Now, let's take this analogy and say, well, then how do we think about this in the same idea as audits? What's our audit strategy? Well, first of all, we want to master first who is the payer. So, who is the auditor? Is it Medicare? Who are the contractors that could audit us from Medicare? Then we also want to master the rules, which are the payer policies. Now, Medicare has rules, local coverage determinations, and articles, LCDs, LCAs, national NCDs, national coverage determinations. But what about all the other payers? The commercial plans, the Medicare Advantage plans, they might also have their own rules. So we do have to know all the rules of each and every game. Next, practice makes perfect. And we're thinking about audit strategy, that's your internal chart audit. So that is targeting specific services in your practice and looking at your chart documentation and saying, how can we elevate this documentation to make sure that we pass the audit the first time? Also, are we documenting correctly, appropriately, and are we coding based on this documentation? Is it correct coding? Now, when you find deficiencies in internal chart audits, that's your opportunity to correct it. Sending in a voluntary refund, correct that claim, that is a much easier process than an auditor finding your coding mistakes. Next, you're going to prepare. So prepare practice wide. So first, you have a response plan. When your practice receives an additional documentation request or ADR from any of, for example, the Medicare contractors, what do you do? So who opens the mail and can they recognize this particular contractor from Medicare and recognize that this is an audit and not a chart request? That this is an audit, and who does this need to go to in your practice? Well, we always recommend the first person that needs to know is the physician that's being audited, also the administrator, and who else that would help facilitate and gather the appropriate documentation, and then the physician, of course, reviewing before it is submitted. So having a response plan, what we're sending in along with the audit, which would include an audit summary letter, making sure we're pointing back to the payer policy, showing in our letter, in our documentation, how we support the specific codes that were billed, sending an abbreviation list. It's the translation to the auditor of all the different acronyms that we use in ophthalmology and especially in retina. And making sure, of course, that as we're preparing, we're making sure that that documentation that we're sending is everything that they need to support the codes that was billed. So that might also be an op note or procedure note, or maybe it's the order on a previous visit supporting the test on the encounter today. Also know the different audit contractor types. Like I said, there's the SMRC auditor, supplemental medical review contractors, or TPE audits, targeted probe and educate. So there's different various contractors with Medicare, and each audit is a little different. So that goes back to what are the rules of the game. Appeal process. So some of them have appeals. They also have what are called discussion and education, or D&E process, where if you do not pass the audit, you have an opportunity to have a discussion with the auditor, making sure you know the rules and you submit and request to have that discussion. Because sometimes the auditors overlook something in your chart and you have the opportunity to point it out. So understanding that process, but most importantly, what's our target landscape? What are they looking at and what are they targeting? And the Medicare contractors actually publish projects or targets on the website, either at the MAC level, which are those TPE audits, they do publish with their current projects or targets. Also, the SMRC auditors do publish all of their projects as well. And we also see them across in different ways, like at the RAC auditors. The RAC auditors, recovery auditors also publish their targets as well. But right now in retina, let's take a look what they're looking at. First of all, modifier 25, and we're going to talk a lot about that. Intravitreal injections, so that just always has been a target, but now it's wrapped up with modifier 25. This was a target back in 2022. Unfortunately, we didn't do very well nationally at the SMRC audit level in intravitreal injections, so we're hoping in these next rounds we improve as far as audits looking at injections. E&M and eye visit codes are also a target right now, and we're going to talk about how that actually impacts retina specifically. And complex retinal detachment repair, one of the MACs, CGS, is targeting complex retinal detachment repair, and even though that's not Novitas, we know if one MAC starts a TPE, we usually see them start happening in other MACs, so we want you to be ready in your area. And then also photodynamic therapy, or PDTs, have been always on the list of the recovery auditors or the RA/RAC auditors. So keeping that in mind. So we're going to focus on a couple of these targets. First of all, and this is obviously based on your questions, modifier 25, which we know is always so important to retina. Even if we didn't talk about modifier 25, Jessica, I know we would still get questions on modifier 25. You can't have a coding course, or especially a retina course, without this topic coming up. So let's talk about it and what happened last year. So OIG published a report May of 2025. But first of all, going back, why were they performing this audit in the first place? First of all, the reason why is based on utilization. High utilization 67028 and modifier 25. High utilization. Medicare provided 313 million dollars in payments for 3.3 million dollars in million intravitreal injections during the audit period, which was June 22 to May 23. So high utilization intravitreal injections, number one CPT code billed in ophthalmology, next to cataract surgery. But this was also because there were some high failure rates in 2021 OIG audits targeting a practice in California and a practice in Florida. Very, very high failure rates related to modifier 25 and intravitreal injections. So because of that, the OIG conducted additional investigation. Now, we were waiting for this report for actually a few years, and it was finally published May 2025. And this is what they found. First of all, they noticed that in their claims data that 42% of the time that intravitreal injections billed, there's also an E&M billed with modifier 25. Now, when the OIG references E&M in their report, they actually are meaning E&M or iVisit code. So they're really saying with an office visit code. They also then looked at 24 samples of E&M and iVisit codes. So the documentation for their sample size, by the way, this is a very small sample size, so 24 charts. E&M billed with modifier 24 reviewed, they determined that based on their understanding of Medicare's guidance, 22 did not meet the definition for modifier 25. Now, 2 did. They also concluded that physicians in general did not understand how to use modifier 25, and this was based on questionnaire responses. So they had sent out questionnaires, they faxed them to offices and asked physicians to provide their understanding of the definition of modifier 25. And based on those responses, they felt that generally they did not understand how to use modifier 25 correctly. They also asked questions like, when was the last time you were trained or had education related to modifier 25? We've also heard of additional questionnaires going out after this as well, targeting retina practices, not necessarily related to modifier 25, but questionnaires can be sent from OIG, and it's very important if you receive one that the answers that you send in are correct. So what they concluded, and here's the bottom line, in the appendix, there is a deeper dive into this report with links to the full report. But here were the recommendations to CMS based on what they found. First of all, they said Medicare's requirements needed to be updated to clarify the appropriate use of modifier 25 the same day as an E&M service, the same day as an injection. So E&M and modifier 25 with injections, Medicare needed better documentation of their guidelines. Next, immediately conduct medical reviews or audits of E&M provided the same days and injections with modifier 25. Third, they said that Medicare needed to provide specific education regarding E&M and office visits billed with modifier 25 the same day as intravitreal injections. Now, at the Academy, we completely supported number 1 and number 3. And in fact, we didn't even need the OIG to point this out. We have been pointing it out to Medicare for well over a decade, and we have been involved in multiple meetings with Medicare. We have been asking them to publish clear guidance related to modifier 25. And we have shared with them our clinical vignettes and our understanding and our guidance and how we've been teaching modifier 25 for well over 10 years. Now, so we supported number 1 and number 3. But we did not support number 2, because if Medicare doesn't have clear guidance, nor did they educate on modifier 25 use of intravitreal injections, how can they hold physicians responsible in audits if there is not clear guidance? So we did push back on that. We did meet with OIG. We also met with the auditors that actually got the assignment here, the SMRC auditors and their medical directors. We shared our concerns about the audit related to 1 and 3. But we did also have some conversations with the SMRC auditor medical director, providing, again, our education. He actually asked us for our education and our recommendations. But with the recommendations from the OIG, CMS needed to respond. And so we agreed that that current guidance needed to be increased. There's been inconsistencies. There actually hasn't been over the years modifier 25 guidance that really is related to intravitreal injections because it's complex. Injections are treating bilateral disease. It's not like typical minor procedures where a minor procedure is performed and then the patient never comes back. This is ongoing treatment. These are diseases the patients are going to have the rest of their life. Also, the OIG report illustrated there was a lot of confusion with Medicare, and we agree with that. And we're concerned about that misalignment with the guidance. And again, I mentioned that we have had ongoing discussions with CMS. So immediately when the OIG report came out, we requested and met with OIG about their report and shared our feedback. We also immediately requested meetings with Medicare. Now, in the meantime, Medicare, in response to OIG, published some guidance. And this first showed up in September of last year in the E&M Services Medicare Learning Network, or MLN, booklet. So this is one of their guidances on their website. And they updated with some guidance. However, they added some guidance related to intravitreal injection, multiple bullets, and one example that isn't necessarily the only all-inclusive example. But the wording and the way they prepared this document actually created more confusion. And in fact, some of the bullets that they provided actually contradict one another. And we have been working side by side since the beginning of the OIG report was published with ASRS. And when this MLN came out, we actually then included the AMA because we were very concerned about the way Medicare published this guidance. And we were very grateful that the AMA agreed with us that the guidance was, first of all, inconsistent with the modifier 25 definition. There were some inconsistencies still in that guidance. And the AMA actually signed on to a subsequent letter that we sent to CMS saying first of all, that we would like them to take down this guidance. There is inconsistencies, it's causing more confusion, and we would like to meet with them. And so we actually are in the process right now of scheduling that meeting, and the AMA and ASRS will be involved in that meeting with CMS. We do have documentation of vignettes, and we want to help refine this guidance so that it's clear, it's consistent, and it can actually be used and not really confusing because there's, again, a lot of inconsistencies. Now that MLN was first updated in September. It's now published as a November 2025 update. And since that time, they've also updated the Medicare Vision Services MLN to add some language related to intravitreal injections. And that actually caused a little bit more confusion because in part of that language, they actually made it sound a little bit more like you should bill modifier 25 in certain instances, but they weren't very clear about the specifics. And then they also listed that intravitreal injections are payable, but they only included 4 of the indications that we use. And they didn't include all of the different indications that are published in Medicare policies. For example, for Avastin, which there's a lot of different indications for the MACs that do have published payer policies for Avastin, like Noridian. And then they did not include geographic atrophy. So they only included some of the very basic injection indications like macular degeneration, diabetic macular edema, diabetic retinopathy, and then macular edema following retina vein occlusion, which are really our top 4. However, there are other indications based on drugs, and it's not an all-inclusive list. So we're concerned that they just added that, and that was also recent. So we really look forward to the opportunity for the Academy to lead this meeting along with the AMA and ASRS to really help provide the guidance. And again, we have a lot of education and guidance that we want to help give them to hopefully we can come to some conclusion on some really good education to really fine tune the guidance. So again, the Academy's recommendations were that we want transparency, we want compliance related to modifier 25. We continue to say that we feel that the audits are unfair at this point. Also, we're seeing and we're hearing that some of the auditors actually, when they're auditing, they're a little bit confused based on some of the internal guidance because we're hearing about some of the audits And some of the modifier 25's examples that they're approving, we might even say they don't meet the definition. So they're not quite sure if it is or does not meet the definition. There's no consistency or pattern that we're hearing from members that they're saying yes or no to modifier 25 in some instances. And again, we want them to remove that MLN and then update it with clearer guidance, and now including that Medicare Vision Services MLN. So we're working really hard at the Academy to really communicate with CMS. We do know about that the SMRC audit did launch, and that did launch last August. The project is published on the SMRC page. There's a link at the bottom here. It is called the Modifier 25 with Eye Injections Reviewed. It's because of the OIG report. It's looking at dates of services June 1st through 22, May 31st of 23, so about a year. They're focusing on modifier 25, but what's interesting is only established patient iVisit codes, so 92012 and 92014. So this audit is not targeting E&M codes. However, the targeted probe and educate audits that we're hearing with modifier 25 are focusing only on E&M. But the SMRC audit is requesting with an ADR information, and they're looking at not just the exam and modifier 25 in the project, they're looking at the procedure note, they're looking at the intravitreal injection and the drug. So all of that needs to be sent in, all needs to support medical necessity. Modifier 25 needs to be supported based on documentation and the definition. Now, there was also, unfortunately, a DOJ settlement related to modifier 25 around the same time in July last year, related to bilateral intravitreal injections. And so we don't know all the details to this. However, there was a settlement related to this investigation. But for a long time at the Academy, we've taught that it's not appropriate to bill modifier 25 the same day as bilateral indications unless there's something completely separately identifiable than the reason for those bilateral injections. And so if you're consistently billing bilateral injections with modifier 25, you might be a target of audit, or even worse, like the Department of Justice. So here is just that example of the OIG report as well. The 92% sample encounters compiled of Medicare requirements. There was this is an additional OIG report actually that came out in December of last year that was targeting a Florida practice. Now, what's really good news about this OIG report is this Florida practice that was targeted, 92% passed. So that's good news that the OIG actually found that this actually met the requirement. However, there were some other things to learn in this report, and I encourage you to go look at this report, that there was fundus photos and OCT were inappropriately unbundled consistently. So billing fundus photo and OCT consistently and consistently unbundling. Novitas is pretty clear. You need two separate diagnoses, and it also says you shouldn't be doing it frequently. If you do, you're going to have a focused medical review. So this could have been part of the target of the review. Also stated limited number of clinical conditions when reasonable and necessary in the report, and that's consistent with your Novitas policy. Also, there was OCTs that were billed that exceeded the frequency limitation. For example, OCTs that were billed every 21 days, and we know that when the patient's getting injections, you can only bill OCT every 28 days, even if performed in the other eye. It's a bilateral test, so you cannot bill sooner than 28 days. And there was only one example. The documentation did not support medical necessity for the injection. But the good news here is really that 92% did pass with modifier 25. So let's take a look here at fact or fiction. Just noting, we are going to take a break, probably about quarter till. We'll see if we have a good stopping point around that moment. But we're going to start with a fact or fiction related to modifier 25. And we do get this question. So is there a specific benchmark for modifier 25 utilization, for example, less than 50%, that will reduce our audit risk? So I'm going to let you think about that fact or fiction. What do you think? So if we're billing less than 50%, do you think that's going to keep us out of the audit target, fact or fiction? So I'll let you think about that for a moment, and I'll give you our answer. And I do get this question a lot. So some people say, Joy, what's that perfect percentage? Is it 40%? Is it 45%? Is it 60%? What is it? This is fiction because even less than 50% is not going to keep you off the audit target list. If you bill one modifier 25, you still could be audited. But what's the perfect percentage? And we think about modifier 25, we think about the what I call the Goldilocks rule. We think about Goldilocks and the three bears. We wouldn't want it to be too hot or too cold. We want it to be just right. And it's the same thing with modifier 25. We don't want high utilization, meaning 100% of the time. We also wouldn't want to see 0% of the time. In fact, what's the right percentage? Just right. So there's no percentage. The bottom line is that you bill modifier 25 when the documentation supports the use for modifier 25. Now here's going back to the actual definition: significant, separately identifiable, E&M or I-visit code the same day as a minor surgery, and that's 0 or 10-day global. Of course, we're talking about intravitreal injections, but that's also the minor surgery laser procedures. On the left-hand side is a little bit more guidance from the AMA, and the AMA does have a whole booklet on modifier 25, and they talk about that the service is considered above and beyond the other service, the minor surgery provided, and beyond the usual preoperative or postoperative care. Now, the bottom line here, whether we like it or not, technically we're paid, or it's included, the preoperative visit, preoperative component of the encounter today is included in the 67028. However, the AMA booklet actually defines what's included in the preoperative assessment. And there are parts of the documentation, especially with intravitreal injections, that are over and above. And that's going to be part of our discussion with CMS as we outline some of the clinical vignettes that we believe do meet the definition for modifier 25. Now, our QR code here will take you to a resource on these office visit code modifiers. So here is our example with intravitreal injection. So if this is a return visit, and this is our documentation, clinic procedure only in the right eye, wet AMD, CNV in the right eye. And then sometimes we see a little bit buried in the EHR system, in the HPI, the patient has blurred vision in both eyes, vision distortion in both eyes. But then we also just say, oh, in secondary, patient has dry AMD, patient also has cataracts. And so this sometimes is a copy forward of the problem list into the HPI. We aren't expanding in the chief complaint related to that dry AMD in the left eye as we see here. And so here's our documentation of the exam and testing. We talk about the vision, the IOP. There's a comprehensive exam of both eyes with no changes in findings in the documentation. The OCT of both eyes says something like no significant change compared to prior study, a little bit like that question that we just heard. So no significant change, but we got to be a little bit more specific. What were we looking for? What are we ruling out? There's no increased fluid. There's no additional, there's no macular edema. What are we looking at? What are we trying to confirm? Or there's no progression of the disease. So here's our impression and plan: wet AMD, CNV, right eye. We're going to proceed with our scheduled intravitreal injection. We also document the dry AMD in the fellow eye. Based on today's exam, testing, the decision was made to continue observation, continue Emsler grid, AREDS, and by the way, the patient has a cataract. So taking a look at this documentation, and I wish we could all see you in the room, thumbs up, thumbs down. What do we think? Should we be billing modifier 25 here? Is this a yes or a no based on the way we documented that? And so I'll let you think about that just for a moment. Pretend like you're polling and having so much fun with this activity. But I know a lot of you are looking at that documentation, you'd say, well, you know, in theory, it might make sense because the medically necessary exam of the fellow eye was one of the reasons why those 2 out of the 24 reasons that the OIG said, yes, it meets the modifier 25. However, you have to have really good documentation. Does this look like really good documentation? Our chief complaint and reason for visit is a scheduled injection. And it's just secondary, the reason why, if the medical necessity, the significant separately identifiable reason we want to bill for the exam today is that dry AMD in the fellow eye, that's not front and center. That is not in the chief complaint and the reason for visit. Nor did we talk specifically about the vision in the left eye. We kind of just Put it all together. Vision's blurry, nothing's changed. So really expanding on that chief complaint. In fact, that chief complaint should say patient is here for their 3-month follow-up to evaluate dry AMD in the left eye. Patient is also here for a scheduled injection in the fellow eye. We need to talk front and center about the dry AMD in the fellow eye. Also, our exam isn't really helping us out. I mean, again, there might not be new findings, but in the OCT, we need to talk about why we performed that OCT in both eyes, what we were looking for, and if there's any progression, and what about a comparison to the previous. So no progression of the disease, what we're looking at, what we're ruling out. And so again, is this cloned in that documentation of the dry AMD is also something to consider. We see this a lot when we perform internal chart audits through our consulting services, that every single visit, that dry AMD statement looks exactly the same. And you want to make sure that you're updating that. You want to have something new and relevant to this encounter today. And also establishing when we need to see the patient again. So it said, decision was made for continued observation, but when is it medically necessary? Not necessarily every single month. So when I ask retina specialists, how often should you be reevaluating the dry AMD patient? The bottom line is it depends on the patient, depends on how they're doing. It could be every 2 months. It could be every 3 months. It could be every 6 months. And so it needs to be documented here to establish medical necessity. So if it said continued observation in 3 months, so then when the patient comes back in 3 months, we've now confirmed the medical necessity for that significant, separately identifiable visit. We got to establish the medical necessity here. Now that cataract, that doesn't count. And that cataract doesn't count unless you're taking care of the cataract has progressed. The cataract is being followed by the referring physician typically. Now, sometimes, of course, in that retina exam, the vision's changed, the cataract has grown, we're going to refer back out to the referring physician. Well, that's different. But saying that the patient has a cataract in this case just does not count towards significant, separately identifiable, nor does it count to the level of the visit. Now, the documentation checklist, if we're thinking about that medically necessary exam of the fellow eye, first of all, establishing in a previous chart, now when is it medically necessary to continue to evaluate that fellow eye? Also, that chief complaint in HPI highlights that fellow eye, that disease, the dry AMD in the left eye, how the patient's left eye complaints are specifically, and make sure that history is complete. Also, the exam of that eye and the medical necessity of the testing, highlighting the progression or ruling out what you're looking for. Plan the assessment again, not cloned, and then again establishing when you should follow up again for that condition in that eye. As we're thinking about modifier 25, under a lot of scrutiny, and because of the scrutiny with OIG report, it's not just Medicare. A lot of the commercial plans are taking a closer look at modifier 25. So we have a lot of resources, updates, the full OIG report on what we're calling our modifier 25 hub. Here's our QR code. It's aao.org/modifier25. There's a few videos that are recorded from Dr. George Williams, who's our Senior Secretary for Federal Affairs, also from our Medical Director of Governmental Affairs, Dr. Michael Repka, talking about the OIG report, talking about these uncertain times where we have this inconsistent guidance from CMS and best practices for you for implementation right now. And then as we meet with CMS, we're going to publish all of our updates, what we've heard from CMS, and hopefully very soon that they provide some good, clear guidance on their website. Before we talk about payer downcoding, we're going to go ahead and take our break. And let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. So we'll come back at 5 minutes till. 5 minutes till should be 5 minutes till, I think that's 3 o'clock Austin time. And then we'll come back and we'll talk about payer downcoding. So thank you for being here on this snowy day in Texas. We'll be back shortly.
Hmm. So much self promotion. It really gets annoying. Yeah, everyone wants to make themselves look like they're important. Much more time on the 25 modifier. A little bit different approach. I'll put I'll,
Okay, welcome back.
I'll
Hope
put
you
up
had a
some
nice little
notes,
break.
but yeah, it's pretty
Hope the
similar.
weather's not too bad where you are. Hopefully, we have some folks joining us outside of Austin with the switch to virtual that provided a great opportunity for those others outside of Austin that maybe couldn't get to the in-person event. So we hope that some of you did join us. If you did, thank you for being here. All right, we're going to go ahead and talk about paired downcoding, E&M, and IVisit codes. There's some modifier 25 questions I'll talk
Yes.
about after the end of this segment. Still some bad news. Polling's not working, but we'll still have a lot of fun. Still great content. That's just an add-on perk. So we'll have a great time. Otherwise, Jessica, walking through the questions. But let's talk about paired downcoding and what actually is it. So here's our case study here talking about a commercial plan EOB recently began indicating that several of our E&M level 4 claims should be level 3s and paid them at a lower fee. What should we do? And so many of you might be experiencing this, and typically we're seeing it with the commercial plans. What would you do if you see this on your remittance advice? So let's go ahead and talk about this. And it really is concerning when we see payers do this. So what's happening here when we see payer downcoding is that, first of all, from what we're hearing from the commercial plans, because when we've heard that this is happening, the academy goes directly to the commercial plans, and we've been talking about these downcoding policies. And they have shared with us that physicians are being targeted based on utilization, but that doesn't mean you're necessarily billing anything incorrectly. But what they're using are pair algorithms that are targeting specific ICD-10 codes. We've heard of cataracts. So if you're billing a level 4 with cataract, they're downcoding to a 3. But this could also be something in retina. So, for example, you could have a patient with an epiretinal membrane that now needs surgery, and you build a level 4. And they could be, based on their pair algorithm, downcode you automatically just based on epiretinal membrane that they believe it's just a 3. So at the Academy, we feel that these downcoding programs are flawed because obviously you can't select the level of E&M strictly based on the ICD-10 or the problem because that is only one of the three categories to determine the level of E&M. So with our ERM example, it could certainly be a 3 if we're continuing to monitor and we're not going to perform surgery. It's not recommended. But when it is recommended to have a vitrectomy, that is a level 4. So that's where the algorithm's flawed. The unfortunate part about these downcoding problems, the reason why the Academy continues to push back with the payers, and so just know we're continuing our advocacy efforts there, is it really creates unnecessary administrative burden on the practices. Because when you have a downcoding situation, you have to appeal. They're typically targeting levels 3s and 4s. We might see them with iVisit codes. They're calling them these downcoding programs. But the payers have shared that if you are targeted and you have overturned based on appeal all your claims, you can they will allow principal billing review, meaning you can request to be removed from the program. Thank you for inviting me. I would like to not participate anymore. And you have shared that you passed with flying colors. And the advocate, and again, we are advocating that this is completely, first of all, unnecessary burden, but second, their algorithm is completely flawed. But let's talk about some examples. So let's say you had a denied visit, and the reason for visit was non-proliferative diabetic retinopathy in both eyes, last injection 1 month ago in the right eye, medically necessary exam noted, and PDR was stable, no macular edema in the left eye, and PDR mild with macular edema in the right eye, continue Avastin injections. Return in 1 month for a possible injection in the right eye, evaluate the left eye then. Does this meet an E&M level 4, just based on what we just described? So I'll let you think about it. You're the auditor here. What do you think? It's a level 3 or level 4? Let's say we build level 4 and the commercial plan said, nope, we don't think so. You guys are seeing my little error here, just reminding me that we don't get pull everywhere today. So anyway, so what do you think based on that documentation? Based on the documentation. So let's say our appeal letter, and let's say we look at our chart notes and we're going to have an appeal letter, and our appeal letter states the enclosed encounter that we reported of 99214 on this date was inappropriately downcoded to the 3. Okay, so we believe it is a level 4. The exam met 2 of 3 components at the moderate level. Here is the Academy's medical decision-making grid. Please review, please reverse and pay us appropriately. What do you think? Do you think we would approve or get our appeal approved, or do you think we'd still fail? You're the auditor. So let you think about that a second, and we're going to go through here. And really, the bottom line there is we probably need some more information. But let's say we said, well, let's bump up our letter and use AI. So AI, please help us. Let's really make sure that what we're sending in, we want to make sure that our level 4 is being supported, and we want to send a good AI letter. So this is actually, I asked AI tool to create this letter. And if you look at it, it looks pretty official. It's talking about using words in 2021 E&M guidelines. It's talking about the 3 components. It's talking about that there's multiple chronic illnesses. It's talking about that we reviewed some labs. We know that those don't count. It also talked about the risk of complexity. It says there was a prescription drug management. Maybe, maybe not. So it's just generally describing the 3 components. What do you think about this AI letter? It looks pretty official, but what else do we need? So if we're just sending this. So go ahead and think about that. So let's also think about a scenario where the ERM diagnosis and that decision for the vitrectomy. And what would we need to actually say this is a level 4? So we're using that AI template. What else would we need? And so if we're thinking about that, we would need to make sure this AI letter was our starting point and our template. But under each of those components, we need to highlight exactly how we met that level 4. With the ERM example that I mentioned, under the problems, we need to specifically say that epiretinal membrane noted in the chart is one chronic disease with progression. That's a moderate level. Then under that risk category, we would say there was also a decision for a major surgery without additional risk factors, and that was a decision for a pars plana vitrectomy in the right eye. Meeting 2 of 3 components at a moderate level, this is an E&M level 4. We have to describe it very specifically based on our documentation. And so this is a strategy. It's helpful to use AI. I've also seen some letters that were sent similar to what we saw with the diabetic example. However, in the diabetes example, if we're just saying it is a level 4, we know it's a level 4, here's the medical decision making, please review, you're still not going to pass. You have to specifically say why it met that level 4. The example that we talked about with the two stable, with the diabetes, it was stable, and one eye we were continuing the injection. If we're confirming the need to continue injections, that doesn't meet modifier 25. And also that component, all that documentation, that eye does not count towards the level of E&M. So if the only thing left, the significant separately identifiable reason, the medical necessity is the fellow eye, we only count those, that documentation, that diagnosis, and the problem and risk related to that disease. And if that is stable and we're continuing to monitor, that's a level 3. That's low risk. So we have to look at the chart. We have to remove what's not significant, separately identifiable, and we choose the level based on the documentation. So this exercise and using this to write our appeal letter also helps us confirm, is it a level 3 or level 4 anyway? And we have to be right, because with this algorithm, even though it's flawed, they're stabbing in the dark, but they are still finding some errors. Now, when this first started happening, we asked on our AAOE talk listserv, and also for those that notified us, to please send examples. Send us chart documentation of the level 4 that was downcoded to a 3, for example. And I have to say, probably 90% of the time, the chart documentation didn't support the level that was being billed. Some examples, we saw that it could have possibly met that higher level, but it was missing some of the required documentation. And then in other instances, it really was a level 3. And so even though the algorithm's flawed, I think the strategy from the commercial plan is we're certainly going to find some that are wrong. So before we say the payer's wrong, the payer's wrong, the payer's wrong, Aetna's wrong, Humana's wrong, they're all wrong. We really should get a level 3. Consider, like in this example here. Here we have an example of a lady that went to Outback, and she was not happy after she got her order. And she said she was absolutely livid. My husband went and picked up our order. I only wanted the blooming onion. That was the appetizer I want. That was the only thing I wanted. I'm giving you a 1 star. Then she found out that her husband lied and he ate the blooming onion in the car. And she didn't know how to delete her review. She said, I'm sorry, I don't know how to delete reviews. I'll give you 5 stars. So before we give Aetna a 1 star, which I think we all want to just give Aetna a 1 star at this point. However, before we say you're wrong, we have to make sure we are right. Is it really a level 4? Before you appeal, you have to look at the chart documentation again. Confirm the reason. So in our diabetic example, if it's confirming the need for the injection and the fellow eye is stable, the exam confirmed it's stable, we're going to continue to monitor, that's a level 3. Because the medically necessary exam, the fellow eye, is the only thing we can count in that visit, level 3. So we have to make sure with this downcoding and we're appealing. And hopefully you appeal and you win all of them and you can ask to be removed. We got to make sure that we have first of all, that we're billing appropriately and that we're sending in the documentation and write a really strong appeal letter. Now in Retina, and I highlighted Retina in this example, our PVD example can either be a 3 or a 4. So a PVD that we're continuing to follow in 1 month, that is a level 3. But a PVD with a retinal tear, and now we're going to treat with a laser, that's a level 4, because now we have that decision for the laser treatment, which is considered moderate level risk, and that is a level 4. Now, again, this downcoding problem alone cannot be the sole determining factor, and that's why we're saying it's flawed. But we also have to remember that when we are coding E&M. So sometimes I hear from practices, we had multiple diagnoses, that's why it's level 4. That's only one of the 3 components, but what's the risk? So even in these examples with the PVD within a diagnosis, it can be a 3 or a 4. And so here is where we can really point to PVD being stable, with low risk, continue to monitor versus a progression of a disease with a major surgery. Now, we also heard about down coding with example with Aetna, pointing to iVisit codes. And when we really looked at those EOBs and some of those examples, it wasn't actually down coding. It was one of the 9 scenarios that we teach when not to use an iVisit code. The practice had actually bumped up against frequency limitations. So a lot of the commercial plans will only pay a comprehensive exam once a year, for example, and regardless of the diagnosis, and it's per patient often. So the patient might have had a comprehensive exam even at an optometrist's office, and now you performed a comprehensive exam. The payers are going to automatically downcode you to an intermediate if they have frequency limitations and iVisit codes. Commercial plans are different than Medicare, who do not have frequency limitations. So in those scenarios of the commercial plan, you just use an E&M code. Now, advocacy works until Humana decides to make a mistake again. But back in the summer, we knew about the Humana was having some downcoding issues, and we won here. So Humana did overturn, and they took away ophthalmology out of their algorithm, and they were no longer downcoding. Now, we had some wins with Humana that I'm going to talk about in a moment, that they actually are having some challenges again with our claims, but this one stuck. So Humana did remove ophthalmologists from their downcoding program. We also had previewed that Cigna was saying that October 1, they were going to have downcoding targeting ophthalmology. With our advocacy efforts, they actually removed that downcoding. We know there's a few straggler commercial plans that we're really trying to work with. So we think we have addressed most of these issues. However, we do know that there's still a few, and a few might still pop up. But this is where I'm saying that Humana, we had some Humana wins until they actually went back and did the same thing. So the good news last summer was they overturned the denials of cataract and YAG. And then they also overturned, and this was really impacting retina practices, they were denying your office visit when billed an office visit the same day, which was completely incorrect. And they were also incorrectly telling practices just add a modifier 25 to the office visit, which is incorrect coding, absolutely wrong. In fact, do not do that, even if they pay your claim. Why? Because just because they paid your claim doesn't mean it's correct. And when they fix it, that they're not going to come back and recoup your money and target you in an audit. So do not add modifier 25. It is not appropriate. Humana fixed this. It was just a button in their claim edit system. It was their third party that handles their claims. However, beginning of the year, somebody pushed the button again. And unfortunately, we're seeing these denials again, both of these denials. We're immediately on the phone with the medical director at Humana. We've asked you to send us examples, and we're really hopeful that we will get this fixed immediately, because they did agree with us that it was wrong that they were denying these. But again, we are working very hard with our health policy team to make sure to avoid those denials. We do know how challenging those are in your practice. But more audit targets, let's talk about that complex retinal detachment. So if an op report documents a repair of retinal detachment with PVR centrally and inferiorly, and the procedures performed today are pars plana vitrectomy with an endo laser and gas. So that's what our op report says. Be the auditor. Would you bill this as a 67113, which is a complex retinal detachment, yes or no? So I'll let you take a look. Think about what we just said was documented in the op report. Is that a complex retinal detachment? Now, sometimes I also see in the op report, complex retinal detachment is the procedure performed. Just saying it's a complex retinal detachment doesn't necessarily mean it's complex, because there's specific indications and reasons and how you can bill for a complex retinal detachment. So here's our decision flow chart, which we did include in your appendix. It's also in the Retina Coding Complete Reference Guide. We always start with retina coding with what's the diagnosis. So if it's a retinal detachment, the next question is the type of the retinal detachment. If it's a tractional retinal detachment or detachment with PVR, proliferative vitreoretinopathy, or non-diabetic, or with a giant retinal tear greater than 90 degrees. So if it was any of those types of retinal detachments, but our next question is, did you perform a pars plana vitrectomy and a membrane peel? If a membrane peel is not performed, it is not a complex retinal detachment, and our answer is 67108. Also, if there's a vitrectomy and a membrane peel, and the diagnosis doesn't say that it's a tractional retinal detachment or a detachment with PVR, it is not a complex retinal detachment. Now, sometimes I see op reports, and one of those components is just missing because I look at it and I say, I bet they did this and they missed documenting either the membrane peel or the correct diagnosis. So this is a targeted probe and educate target in CGS MAC, but because one starts it, they're all going to start it. So in the Novitas region, we want you to be ready that Novitas will also take a look at this. You can link to the fact sheet for CGS, more information. They just outlined the actual definition of complex retinal detachment, which mirrors exactly what you see in the ophthalmic coding coach. And again, on the bottom right-hand side, we have to make sure and use our checklist. The type of retinal detachment meets the definition. A pars plan of vitrectomy and membrane peel were performed. You see that in the CPT code descriptor. It's a requirement. Then it says, including when performed. So these can be performed or not performed to include with the 67113. So includes air, gas, silicone oil, laser, etc. And that's all included. Also making sure you have the appropriate modifier, RT-LT, and also compliant signature on your op report. That's also on their fact sheet. That's what they'll be looking for. Now, one of the FAQs we get related to complex retinal detachment, and Dr. Incor Shaw and I received this last summer when we were presenting Retina Coding Summer Symposium. This question was, do we have to have an epiretinal membrane or puckering of the macula diagnosis in order to bill 67113 because of the membrane peel? And the answer is no. These are different diagnoses. So the tractional retinal detachment or retinal detachment with PVR, that supports the membrane peel. Now, sometimes the patient can have a tractional retinal detachment and an epiretinal membrane, and that's fine, but you don't have to have an epiretinal membrane diagnosis in order to bill the complex retinal detachment. All right, so I'm going to pause here. And Jessica, before I go through the top 5, and with the real world examples we're going to go through, I want you to jump in and share some of the stories you're seeing actually in the practice. But we're going to walk through some of these examples with 25 modifier and listening to where we at right now with the increased scrutiny, with the unclear guidance from CMS. So first of all, if I was in a retina practice, my strategy would be this, and this is something that we've actually published and recommended in ophthalmology practices. Now more than ever, look at your documentation related to modifier 25. First of all, make sure that you're elevating your documentation like we were talking about documentation for the fellow eye. Also, it doesn't hurt to have an internal protocol on when you should be billing modifier 25 and being consistent when it does meet the definition, when it doesn't. Specific clinical vignettes and being consistent. Performing internal chart audits. So, for example, if you were to be audited or an OIG investigation, the OIG investigator is going to ask you for your compliance plan, your internal chart audit. So you could show that you're really actively trying to improve your documentation and to try to target inappropriate use of modifier 25. That goes a long way. I would be doing that actively. Then I also would make sure that we're following the rules that we've always taught. One thing that we know, that if it's confirming the need for the injection and you're performing the same type of treatment, so the patient comes in, medically necessary to perform the exam, but we're confirming the same treatment, that is not separately billable. So what we say, while medically necessary, if the exam is performed to confirm the need for the injection, it is not separately billable. So we're looking for something significant, separately identifiable with that bilateral disease. It also could be with a new patient visit where you have new disease in the opposite eye. You also have other diagnoses that are new today, like the patient has a PVD, epiretinal membrane. You've never seen the patient. Those are significant, separately identifiable. But then those don't count each and every month following if there hasn't been progression of those diseases. But with the scrutiny, and because Medicare hasn't been very specific on the clinical vignettes, our recommendation is elevate your documentation. Now, some of these questions that we're getting here about can we bill with modifier 25? So when there's a separate issue, like an evaluation of a fellow eye, I think they're saying new surgeries, a complication, or a new diagnosis on top of that, could we bill either a 3 or a 4? So, if you had a brand new diagnosis, let's say a brand new epiretinal membrane, never diagnosed before, but you're confirming the need for the injection. The confirming the need for the injection doesn't count. Epiretinal membrane, new diagnosis, it doesn't need treatment, we're going to continue to monitor. That's a level 3 with a 25 modifier. Level 4 would have to be new treatment, and it could be something else. It could be new treatment. So level 3, level 4, we have to really go back to, does it meet that level? And another question is, with increased fluid, worsening edema, or failure to respond, does that automatically mean we can bill modifier 25? Most likely not. Not if you're confirming the need for the same treatment. Now, the big gray area here and a challenge is going to be when we're switching medications. Now, we are going to try to discuss that with CMS, because the change in medication is technically a prescription drug management. It's technically over and above preoperative assessment. And so that, with good documentation and also with some other CMS guidance we've seen, does support modifier 25 based on the AMA definition. But with this with this time of scrutiny and unclear guidance, we would say if you're billing in those scenarios, make sure you have very good documentation. And if you ever want us to look at your documentation on those scenarios, we can do that through our consulting services and then give you an opinion. And we can also answer questions at retinapm@ao.org, which are straightforward questions on modifier 25. So at this point, there was one more question that says, if the doctor does an extended ophthalmoscopy, should we add modifier 25? Great question, but modifier 25 is not appropriate to use. It's not even necessary with an extended ophthalmoscopy. Extended ophthalmoscopy is not a minor procedure. Modifier 25 would be relevant for appropriate to use with the office visit with the injection. But if you're performing an injection that day, the extended ophthalmoscopy is bundled and can't be billed. So that's a great question with a couple different nuances. All right, so Jessica, we're going to go through this top 5. And again, I want to encourage you to jump in with real life examples. I bet you out of these top 5, you might have seen a couple of these examples, maybe over the last year. And sometimes, like you said, it could just be your EHR system, somebody giving you havoc. So let's take a look. And for those of you on the call, you might be guessing what these top 5 denials are. We have some resources to follow along with as we walk through. Now, I want you to think about, what do you think the number one reason is? And we're basing this, we use a little bit of AI in our system with all of the coding questions that we get, and that's how we came up with this top 5. Next year, we might present it, we might have a different top 5. But this is our top 5 based on what we see, but you might see a different top 5. And so we're going to talk about some of those other scenarios. So we're going to go ahead and jump in and talk about the different scenarios. And I like this concept because it's going to change periodically over the years. So let's talk about what's number 5. So the payer denied coverage for an intravitreal injection, 67028, linked to a diagnosis of CNV, choroidal neovascularization, even though an ILEA sample was reported. Okay, so we didn't have a prior authorization, diagnosis of CNV, and we know it's off label, so we used a sample. But why are they not paying us for the injection? So we're going to go ahead and let you think about it. Can't let you pull it. Jessica, what do you think about this?
Well, there's a few things I want to look at. Like, one, let me take a look at that HCFA form before I move any further. What's the getting denied for? And trying to find out how we build it versus what that denial says. So that's going to be my first step at looking at this scenario.
That's excellent. Looking at the documentation, looking at the claim, and then looking at the reason why they're denying. And really, overarching reason is going to be not medically necessary. It's off-label use. So with ILEA, choroidal neovascularization is not an indication for ILEA. Now, CNV, so active CNV with AMD, AMD with active CNV, yes, that is an indication. So either we didn't link the correct ICD-10, but because we used a sample, I'm thinking we knew what we were doing. We just wanted to use a sample. But this is the bottom line. if they don't approve the indication and the reason, they're going to deny the injection. So sometimes we think we're going to be safe with a sample, but they still can deny that injection. If they don't approve the drug, they don't approve the indication, they're going to deny the injection. Now, you also could say, well, what if we just don't send the sample and we just bill the injection? Well, that's inappropriate billing too. It's required to bill the sample as $0. Medicare actually put out a bulletin saying you have to bill the sample with $0. Penny, sometimes you get it through your clearinghouse. Because why? They're looking at the indication. They still have to make sure the medical necessity for that injection is approved based on their coverage and their policy. So, how do you avoid this? So, a couple things. You might just know you're not going to get paid. Also, avoid in the scenario, it could be inappropriate ICD-10 link. So making sure that we link the appropriate ICD-10. There's also kind of like a sister denial here that could possibly happen if you're using a bilateral ICD-10 linked to a unilateral treatment. That also, or an incorrect diagnosis, that could also deny is medically not medically necessary. So that is overarching number 5, not medically necessary. So let's look at our next example. An intravitreal injection of vancomycin in the right eye was reported as 67028RT and J3370JZ 1 unit. So why was the claim denied? So just looking at that, Jessica, any clues that we're seeing here?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
And the first thing I'm going to look at, what was the date of service? Because we know there was a change made. And if it was after that specific date, July 1, we know we reported the incorrect Hicks picks.
good job. Jessica gets a gold star. So let's
Woo.
say the date of service was today and we got a denial later. When was the HCPCS code deleted? July 1st of last year. So we do need to report J3373. We would bill JZ modifier if it was a 10 milligram vial that we used. And all that wastage is 1 unit or less. If it's a bigger vial, there's going to be JW. Again, I pointed you to the resource. It helps guide you to, is it a JZ, is it a JW? Takeaway here is incorrect HCPCS code. And we're going to see this sometimes as we see new drugs and we're billing with an NOC code and then it's graduated to a permanent HCPCS code. We also can see denials for incorrect HCPCS code there. Like for example, the biosimilars, the aflibercept biosimilars, if those have been assigned a permanent Q code and you're still billing that NOC code, you might also see this denial. Another reason why you might see that HCPCS denial reason is Avastin. So Novitas, we know, requires J7999 for Avastin. But does that mean every other payer requires J7999? We wish. Absolutely not. We wish all the payers had one code for repackaged Avastin, but they don't. So you have to use a HCPCS code for that payer based on their policy. So number 4 is incorrect HCPCS code. Okay, wonder what number 3 is going to be. Number 3, let's talk about an intravitreal injection of Kenalog in the left eye was injected 4 milligrams. It was reported as 67028LT, and then on the second line, J3301 JW 4 units, the claim was denied. So Jessica, before I go to the next screen and spoil anything, just looking at that, what kind of clues are you seeing?
Well, I mean, if I'm seeing JW and only one line of a drug, I already know there's a big red flag. So that's the first clue. So I should see 2 lines, right, with the J3301 and the total units between both lines, but not just on one with just JW. Something had to be injected.
Absolutely. Great job. And we do have what we call claim scrubs in our system that automatically scrub, but it's also important, just like what you did, Jessica. You can look at a claim and scrub it by looking at it and say something's wrong. We would never bill JW just on one line. So we know automatically that that is incorrect. So the way this would be billed, if this was a single use vial of Kenalog and it's labeled as single use, the 4 units based on the HCPCS descriptor would be 1 unit, so 10 milligrams or less. And then the remaining units are billed with 3 units on a second line with JW. That's 4 units. So based on the descriptor for Kenalog, One unit is up to 10 milligrams. So if we're billing for a 40 milligram vial, we have to bill a total of 4 units. So 10 times 4 is 40. And that's how we're getting paid for that full vial. So the other way, first of all, we'll get a denial. Plus, we wouldn't get paid for that full vial, Jessica, of 40 milligrams. So we're getting underpaid as well. So denial and underpayment. So it's really, really important to make sure we're mastering JW, also JZ. So that's why it's our top three, because we also see JZ modifier errors or just simply missing. And that will also prompt a denial. So in our three categories, JW or JZ error. Right, let's see if Jessica can get a gold star by just looking at this one. Oh, I think she's going to get this one right. PAs in a retina practice.
Ugh.
Prior to performing an intravitreal injection of Avastin, the PA coordinator confirmed verbally with the Medicare Advantage plan that they did not require an authorization. However, the claim was denied. Jessica, why on earth would that ever even happen?
Oh, let me count the ways. Which one to choose from? There could be several reasons this claim is going to be denied. Change of insurance. It actually was required. How many times do we get told the incorrect thing from the prior auth department at the payer all the time? Um, several reasons, right? So it'd be interesting to see what you came up with this one.
That's great. Gold star again for Jessica. So the answer here is that just global lack of prior authorization. And what you mentioned, Jessica, could be all the different reasons why, because we know in a retina practice, we have really good processes. We are getting prior authorizations. We know we need prior authorizations. We probably have excellent cheat sheets to make sure we're doing it. We probably even have a timeout process to say, wait, do we have a prior authorization? But what about like what you mentioned? The patient changed Medicare Advantage plans and they didn't tell you. Maybe you even checked eligibility on a commercial patient, but they didn't pay their premiums in the ACA and it's retroactively
Well, then you're just fucked.
canceled, right?
You're
And
fucked.
or they changed plans, so it's ineligible. Prior authorization, let's say the prior authorization was required for Avastin and the person on the phone was wrong. Do you think the person on the insurance that answers the phone at the insurance company is ever wrong? Absolutely. So where are we going to get the information from the actual prior authorization policy directly from the source? And they do update that frequently, making sure your internal workflow, your internal guidelines, resources, reference guides are updated frequently. No timeout prior to first injection or new drug. So sometimes we see this patient comes in, new insurance, maybe we didn't have time to check eligibility. We're going to inject the patient today with an expensive drug. At that point, just a quick timeout to do a little bit of research. Did we double check eligibility? Do we need a prior authorization? That's going to save you thousands and thousands of dollars, first in denials of not getting paid, but then also in time in the billing office. Now, related to this is step therapy. So if the patient had to have a step therapy, you needed Avastin before a more expensive drug or a biosimilar, that also could fall into this number two category. Now, typically, if I'm looking at a retina practice and they say we're having problems with revenue and our revenue cycle management and our denials, usually prior authorization is number one when I start looking at all their denials. The most denials are related to prior authorization, and sometimes they're trying to do everything right, just like what Jessica said. And sometimes it's really hard to get this right. However, we have a new number one. Anthem Blue Cross denied our intravitreal injection of Vabysmo, and on the EOB it says N816 missing, incomplete, or invalid NDC units. But Jessica, I checked. The NDC is absolutely correct. So why am I getting this denial?
Yeah, we just talked about this, right? This is a big one that we get where it's just kind of like a catch-all denial saying, hey, something is wrong, probably in box 19, check it out. So my guess here is the incorrect unit of measure, if I had to guess.
Ding, 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 ding. Very good. That's right. So, absolutely. And this is number one. And the reason why we pointed out Anthem Blue Cross, they actually updated their claim edits because they've had a long-standing policy that you have to report the unit of measure correctly. But then they tightened up their claim edit systems last summer. And all of a sudden, we got lots, hundreds of emails. and notifications from our members on our listserv, emails saying, why are we getting hundreds and hundreds of denials at our clearinghouse level? The reason why was invalid unit of measure. Now, unit of measure, like Jessica talked about earlier, is reporting the volume or the way that you're measuring the medication. For Vabysmo, if it was reported, and I see this on claim forms when I got those emails saying, let me take a look at your claim form. It was reported, for example, as UN60 because it was set up incorrectly. 60 is the billing units for the milligrams, but this is unit of measure. And as Jessica pointed out, that's the volume. And the volume is milliliters. So it needs to be reported. And this is item 24A. So 24A has an indicator of N4, your NDC number, and following that is your unit of measure. And your unit of measure for Vabysmo should be ml, no spaces, 0.05. And you do need that preceding zero. It's that technical. And so when I see these denials come through with these questions that we get, and I say, send me an example, I can point out almost immediately why it's happening. So your homework is to double check this, even if you think you have it right. Now, Medicare doesn't typically deny if your unit of measure is wrong, but the blue plans, Anthem, all the blues do, a lot of commercial plans, and I've seen Medicaid plans come back and recoup years later just because of this one error. And then timely filing, and you can't go back and get money back, and that's really unfortunate. So review your practice management setup, and when you have a new drug, make sure whoever's setting that up understands how to report unit of measure correctly. Print out, like Jessica said, 1500 form, and look at a sample to look at all the drugs that you bill to confirm, is the unit of measure correct? And this is just where it is on your claim form. You see right there, the ML 0.05, that's actually item 24A right above the actual HCPCS code. And milliliters is liquid, so the majority of the drugs that you use are liquid. The exception to the rule is if you use any kind of antibiotics that are powdered filled. So let's say it's a powdered filled reconstituted medication like vancomycin. You ordered it not as liquid form but powdered. Well, then you're reporting how many vials did you use, unit 1. Or Vizudine for PDT. How many vials of Vizudine did you use, unit 1? And also implants, Ozurdex. And I know in the state of Texas, if you don't report the implant like Ozurdex with unit 1, they will kick it out. So below is an example that somebody allowed me to share that they had set up for Eylea HD, and they were reporting unit 8 instead of ML 0.07. So all their claims were being kicked out. Now, I do have to say there was an EHR vendor, I'm not going to say the actual name, but they were actually hard coding the unit of measure incorrectly. We did get in contact with that EHR system, and I sent them a list of the errors, and they did correct that because the practices could not override it. So make sure if you find this error, if you can't fix it, work with your EHR practice management system, because it's number 1. And I underlined it here because, again, we still get a lot of questions. And there's still some folks that are saying, hey, Anthem's all of a sudden denying our claims. And some of those folks didn't get our messages when we started sending out in Practice Management Express as a AAOE member. We started sending out notifications immediately. We posted it on the listserv immediately. So the people that sent us that question, I said, are you a AAOE member? No. Who in your practice is? Because somebody in your practice needs to know immediately when we've identified these issues so that you can fix it. I felt so bad for this individual because she had been appealing these claims for almost 6 months because she did not know because she was not a AAOE member. So Jessica is our AAOE chair. I think you would agree that is one of the things you have to do is you have to stay in the loop. We will keep you updated. Now, here are our runners up. Frequency violations, no more than 28-day rule. Now, there's no more 28-day rule because we have all these new drugs that have different frequency limitations. So the frequency violations aren't necessarily 28-day rules. You have to follow the FDA label. Some are even sooner than 28 days, maybe even 21 days. Now, Avastin mistakes, which HCPCS code did we put the additional information in item 19? The Avastin, the actual milligrams and milliliters are required with Avastin. Wrong billing units reported as one. For example, the actual billing units, that's based on the milligrams. We've seen sometimes maybe data entry or setup errors where you're billing one instead of 60. Well, that's a big underpayment. And that's also an audit red flag. And just because you're underpaid doesn't mean you won't fail the audit. So that's a huge one. Runners up. I haven't been seeing that as much anymore. So I'm really grateful. And I hope we see that in the SMRC audit results as well. And then finally, missing or incorrect modifiers. You could have a required surgical modifier if the evascin is performed in a global period, and or that anatomical modifier is required on the 67028 or 50 if it is indeed bilateral. And then really just be proactive to avoid this top 5 and even our top 10 or even our top 15 reasons. Here's more reasons here. Set up an internal audit report. When I was an administrator before full-time academy staff, I had a report for all of these things to find them. And each time I find a mistake we were making, I made a new audit report so that we could find these mistakes and fix them. We could fix them, we could retrain and avoid in the future. So I encourage you to be proactive. There's too much money at stake. We're talking intravitreal injections. So we want to make sure and be proactive. All right, so now I'm going to pass it back over to Jessica, and you're going to walk through to bill or not to bill. That is a question.
Thanks, Joy. I would just add most of those reports you showed on the last slide too. Look at your inventory management system. Most of the time they can offer you a lot of those reports without having to build them yourselves. And yes, frequently review those so that you can kind of nip errors in the buds before they repeat themselves. So this is going to be a really fun section to go through together. Thank you all for hanging on. I know we're getting to the end of the day and some of you may have already sat through a whole section. So this one should be a lot of fun to take part in, and we'll jump to the next slide. So we're going to go over a few different scenarios and which path to choose, right? So we're kind of building on our section earlier that I went through, but this photo kind of gives me a chuckle because it really is, I think, how a lot of us are feeling every day with everything going on and all the changes and all the updates that we're getting. And just going over the last section and understanding that what we're dealing with on a daily basis. So I often feel like this is a true representation of me in my office on a daily basis. So don't forget your appendix resources, Savvy Coder articles, your fact sheet for ABNs. We're going to go through some of those and how to complete it, and those retina surgery flow charts, which were honestly have always been a saving grace for me with coding procedures. And even before they were in the retina coding book, having those from Joy was awesome. So take a look at your appendix to help work through this. So we're going to jump straight into photobiomodulation therapy, PBM. So after hearing about this new treatment with FDA authorization, a busy retina practice is considering offering this service to their patients, because we know new therapies hit the group chats pretty quickly, and it's all a buzz with your physicians, and they're coming to you saying, let's jump on it. So these physicians were at a meeting, and they heard from colleagues that they're offering this therapy, and all payers are denying it so they can just bill the patient. So let's talk through this case a little bit. We have some options to navigate which path we're going to go through. Option 1, we're going to just charge the patient and afterwards get an ABN and a waiver signed. Option 2, we're going to bill the insurance and follow the EOB for patient responsibility. Or option 3, Category 3 codes can be covered by the payer on a case-by-case basis. So we have some options here of how to make a decision and which path to choose. So with this, is it appropriate to automatically bill or not to bill the patient for PBM services? So think through that a little bit. This is a new therapy. It has a Category 3 code. So we know we have something we can bill. Is it going to be appropriate to just go ahead and charge the patient? Or are we going to go ahead and bill the claim? So think through that a little bit. To bill or not to bill PBM? To the patient, or should we go ahead and charge this to the insurance? It's tough with new therapies and with Category 3 codes. These are temporary codes, And we know a little bit about it. We'll get into these details here in a second. So are we going to bill it to the patient and just worry about cutting out the middleman? This is a fun one, right? Always exciting when we have something new hitting the retina space. So it is not appropriate to just bill the patient all the time, right? So we have to find out who is the payer. Is there coverage of this service or not? Is there no coverage? So before we go ahead and bill that patient for this, a complete cash pay service, we've got to find out who the payer is. So let's talk about the options we had. Charging the patient and getting an ABN. So we can't just assume a payer does or does not have coverage. Medicare has covered this therapy on a case-by-case basis, but other payers may have deemed it patient responsibility or covered it. So it's just there's no telling because there's no published policy on a Category 3 code. There's a risk with charging the patient because you can, if it is a covered service with their insurance company, we're now in violation of the payer contract. So that's something scary that we don't want to jump on. With Medicare and getting the ABN prior to services, we are going to have that patient fill that out. They can read the ABN and make the choice to choose option 1, and then we can go ahead and bill that claim to Medicare with a GA on the claim. So don't forget that modifier. It may pay it, it may not, but at least we have our ABN signed and it was filled out by the patient appropriately, and we filed that claim to Medicare with the GA modifier. Category 3 codes can be covered by the payer on a case-by-case basis. So what if this patient has a commercial payer? I'm just going to get this internal waiver sign that I have on file, just notify the patient that it might not be paid. The thing I would advise you to look at is, does this payer require their own financial waiver form? So just most of the commercial payers may not, but just double check your contract. The big thing to think about here is you have to follow the EOB that you get back. So if this EOB comes back and it says it is not patient responsibility, it's a contractual write-off, you're expected to follow the EOB. If the payer comes back and says, I'm only going to pay you $3 for this, and you charge the patient $500, you're going to have to refund that money. And again, you may be in violation because now they've covered it and you've front charged that patient. So let's take a look at the next slide and talk a little bit about Category 3 codes. So a Category 3 code will come out as a temporary code. They're going to be given a sunset date, and a Category 1 CPT code might come out of that. So what this period is between the creation of the Category 3 code and the sunset date is kind of like a data collection period. So the Medicare is going to look at how often it was billed, how we're billing it, with what kind of fees, and then start making decisions about creating that Category 1 code. I know we've seen in the past a Category 3 code hitting the sunset date and then not getting its own permanent code. So this is kind of Medicare's data collection period. So what are those potential pitfalls that we saw from choosing our paths? Again, the big thing is there are no RVUs assigned to this code. So if the payer decides, hey, I want to pay you $3 for it, we have to accept that based on the EOB. We have to report it. We must report it if the service meets the definition. So we can't go ahead and say, I'm just going to bill an unlisted code if there's a Category 3 code out there. So you have to report the Category 3 code. You can't just give it an unlisted code and create your fee. If this is going to Medicare, oftentimes with Category 3 codes, they're going to require additional documentation. So you have to meet your Novitas PWK requirements. So submitting your claim with the PWK indicator, getting your ICN number from Medicare, and then faxing records prior to payment. So if you have questions about that process, you can email retinapm@aao.org for more information on that. But again, that additional documentation requirement, you only have so much time once you submit the claim to get the documentation in before a denial hits your claim. You also must document in that documentation, there must be a documented reason for medical necessity per the FDA label. So you have to be really clear in your documentation, make sure it's beefed up that, hey, even though this is a temporary code, my patient needs this and why. before you send that in. And again, this is going to be on a case-by-case basis. Payer coverage or non-coverage will vary. Even if one Blue Cross paid it, another one might deny it, and vice versa, based on that patient's specific policy. And again, with the patient agreements, those waivers will vary. So just making sure that you are getting the correct financial waiver signed, the patient is filling out the ABN correctly and completely, and if it is Medicare, that we're submitting that GA. And if there is a private insurance that requires their own waiver, that you're getting the appropriate one signed. And at the end of the day, we have to follow the EOB, even if that means a big, ugly contractual write-off at the end. So let's talk a little bit about that ABN. So with this patient, a Medicare Part B patient is going to undergo a pars plana vitrectomy with a membrane peel and endolaser. So we're going to bill out a 67041 and a 67040. So the billing team looks at the NCCI edits and they see that these two codes are bundled. So they suggest getting an ABN signed for the 67040 so we can just bill both of those services. So let's think again about our options with this scenario. We can obtain the ABN and bill the patient, obtain an ABN and bill the patient if the service is denied, apply a modifier 59 to unbundle the codes so we can pay both of them. So let's think about the reasons we get ABN signs. Would obtaining an ABN allow you to bill or not to bill the patient for the injection? Let's think a little bit through the reasons we can use these ABNs. If you kind of flip to the back in your appendix and look at an ABN form, does this meet any of the definitions on your ABN? We know if there's potential for a service not being covered, we want that ABN. Does this meet that scenario? It's an interesting case to think through. So in this scenario, obtaining an ABN would not be appropriate. So we would not be able to bill for both services with an ABN. And why is that? Let's think about it. An ABN, although it will cover something that it'll protect you for something that is potentially not covered, it doesn't apply to NCCI bundling. So again, we must obtain before a procedure is performed. However, does it apply to these NCCI bundles? No, it does not. So let's think back to our lesson earlier. We've got bilateral indicators. This one has an indicator of 1, and it can only be unbundled if they're performed during separate sessions, different eyes, distinct service, or the payer has written a policy that supports the unbundling. But in this case, we know that none of that is happening. So again, the big takeaway here is to avoid using the ABN as a waiver to shift responsibility to our patients for services that, again, are not appropriate to use. We don't want to get sucked into the quicksand of these rules, and, unbundling services is usually not appropriate, and they are a huge trigger for audits for improper use of modifiers. And there we are getting caught in our quicksand. So again, let's take a look at some common errors with an ABN. I know that the coding team gets a ton of questions for ABNs, and if Joy has any other ones to add from these huge lists, inappropriate timing of getting that ABN. So again, we're not going to get it signed for bundling issues. This is again, if we think that something may not be covered. Changing something on the ABN with practice-specific language, that is a form given to us by CMS, and we are not able to change that. The form must be complete. We have to allow the patient to fill out the form and mark their option that they are selecting and abide by that. And oftentimes these are updated, so making sure that you are using the updated version. I believe the 2026 is about to come out at the end of this month. Joy, is that correct?
That's right. It hasn't been published yet, but we'll make sure when it is, it's on our website, aao.org/ABN.
Another common error is failing to file for the service when option 1 is chosen. So not only that, but forgetting to apply the GA modifier to your claim. So if the patient wants us to file the claim to see if it will pay or deny, we have to do so. and we have to apply that GA modifier. And then lastly, balance billing the patient when the final remittance indicates that is a contractual write-off, not patient responsibility. So you have to be really careful when looking at your denials about flipping a balance over to patient responsibility when we are, as a practice, supposed to be writing that off. There are definitely ones that we get where we're unable to bill the patient. So our next topic is really interesting, and I feel like it's going to become more and more prevalent question as time goes on, and with more and more payer cuts as we go. So concierge service. Let's talk through this scenario. We have a retina practice where all physicians participate with Medicare. They want to open a new office, a satellite, where they can just operate under this concierge model. They're not going to bill any payers, but instead they are going to charge patients directly, even if those are services covered by Medicare, and collect a fee for that, like a membership fee. They feel that as long as patients are informed and agree to the terms, there are no compliance issues. So let's talk through our options here with this scenario. So I want to have this practice. I'm just going to get a contract for all of my patients. All locations, or at this location, all of my patients are just going to sign a contract, and I'm going to collect a fee for them for the year, and they can have all of the retina services they want in that year for that fee. We can have all the patients sign this waiver to not file insurance, and then offer different levels of packages also in case they want access to emergency care after hours service. So let's think through these options a little bit more. Will a concierge care contract allow the practice to bill or not bill the patients? So I love this, to bill or not to bill. I think we need the law and order sound after every question to talk through these. So is it appropriate, because we have this contract, now we can bill these patients for concierge? Not to bill. And let's talk about why this can be a little bit scary. So there are definitely Medicare participation rules, and even if in this scenario, we are participating with Medicare, so that's a huge no, right? Because we've already signed a contract with Medicare. We're going to see your patients. So it'd be inappropriate to charge them this concierge fee and make them cash pay for services. But even if I was not participating with Medicare, there's another level, right? Did I accept assignment or not accept assignment? So it's just not flat out par or non-par with Medicare. We must know, did the doctors accept assignment or not? And even if I did accept assignment or did not accept assignment, there's still a limiting charge of 15% that I cannot go over the Medicare fees. So while I'm not contracted at all with them, I still have to respect the limits of a Medicare beneficiary. So the part about patients signing a waiver to not file insurance, again, are we following the payer's rules with those contracts? These federal payers will always require their own waivers to be signed, and just double check your commercial contracts, because oftentimes they have rules and language in there, whether it's for a waiver of insurance or with these concierge services, which we'll talk about in a moment. And again, physicians who are not participating, we have to double check, did they accept assignment when they opted out, or did they not accept assignment? So those are big things to look at when we think about concierge and cash pay for patients who are Medicare beneficiaries. So let's look at this scenario from a commercial payer standpoint. Aetna has an example where in their contract there's language regarding concierge medicine. So they may allow you to charge fees to a member, or they may not. This particular contract is allowing the practice to charge concierge fees, but they also have to notify the Aetna network manager in advance. So you really need to take a strong look at your contracts and read through anything concerning self-paying your contracted patients and what concierge services could look like from a contractual perspective. Because again, in this instance, you seem like, okay, we can go ahead and charge them cash, but you fail to notify them. That could be a violation of your contract. So it's really important that you read that language closely and abide by the correct guidelines that the payer is giving you. So back to Medicare. Again, non-participating physicians can offer concierge for some services or amenities that Medicare does not cover. But that by, all Medicare payers, if services are not covered by Medicare Part B, we are allowed to charge the patient for that. So that's normal. But let's remember our ABNs and allowing that patient to fill that out completely and appropriately. And again, just making sure that those services that you are charging for are actually non-covered. If they are covered by Medicare Part B, we must bill Medicare Part B. That is going to be a requirement of our contract with Medicare. Our next scenario is fun. Let's talk a lot about this one. So due to the high out-of-pocket expense for anti-VEGF and GA therapy, a practice is considering implementing a policy to waive the copays for some of the patients. Each retina specialist can decide for their favorite patients or professional courtesies to write off these copays. And, we all lived the life of 2025 and now 2026 where we have a lack of copay assistance funding and probably more and more of our patients signing up for these Medicare Advantage plans with high out-of-pocket costs for these drugs. So let's talk about these routine waivers and what our options are to navigate this path. So we're just going to waive the coinsurance and deductibles just like the physician asked, or maybe we just don't bill for the drug and avoid any out-of-pocket expense. Or we enroll patients in assistance programs to help with the cost of the drug. So let's think about it. Is it required to bill or not to bill patient for coinsurance and deductibles? Is it required for us to bill the deductibles or not? And I think all of us have encountered these scenarios and what to do. And I am sure we've all had the experience of our patients crying in our offices about how they're going to afford their medications that they've had help with for the last 5 years. So even though we want to write these off, we're required to bill the patient for these services. This is a violation of our contract as well as the patient's contract with their insurance company. So even a professional courtesy, we cannot just routinely write off these copays. So let's talk about this a little bit. If we waive insurance or coinsurance and deductibles, just as requested, again, we're violating contracts. It may be seen as patient inducement, and Medicare, Medicaid waivers might violate like anti-kickback statutes. So we're really talking serious criminal penalties. So we certainly want to avoid that path at all costs. Just don't bill for the drug. Well, the 67028 could just be denied without a HCPCS code for the drug, and not billing for the services is also seen as a contract violation. So it's really important that if we're performing a service that we are billing for it as per our payer contracts. And just enrolling all patients in payment assistance, not all patients need it. Some government insured patients may actually qualify for assistance based on income. So, we just want to, number one, make sure we are not violating our payer contracts with some of this. And number two, think about internal ways that we can maybe provide financial assistance applications. I know in North Carolina, I'm not familiar if you guys have a similar program, but I'm sure you do. We have services for the blind here. So that's another, maybe they don't quite qualify for Medicaid, but we can at least apply for some assistance there. And they each have their own application for that. So we know kind of offhand the requirements of that before we are enrolling patients in assistance. So I think too, we're kind of battling the uptick of PAP patients, so these free drug patients, and the amount of administrative burden of assigning a lot of patients to this program has been intense. So we've got to find solutions as practices on how to make sure that we are communicating with our patients that, this is their insurance and they are required to pay their out-of-pocket costs, and providing the ones who really need it the help that they need. It's a tough balancing act. So just a little bit more information on routine waivers. So, we all know that there are exceptions for financial hardship. The best advice we have is to set a policy for your practice and follow it consistently for everyone. So if that's your own internal application for financial assistance or whatever it may be, for us, before we're writing those off, we're trying to identify ways for them to maybe have some help from the state. So again, if it's Medicaid or services for the blind, just kind of guiding them on who to contact so they can start looking into those programs before we write off anything for that patient. And again, if you kind of create your own internal financial assistance application, are you applying it to everybody consistently across the board? So you want to make sure that there's no, like, I'm doing it for this patient, but not this patient. So being consistent in that, following your black and white policy that you set in your practice is the best advice. But inducement is a compliance violation that is highly investigated. So if it's looked at that you're writing off a bunch of copays and they're accusing you of inducement, that's going to be a huge investigation and, again, a very scary process for your practice to go through. So we want to avoid that if we can.
Hey, Jessica,
Yes,
just
Dr.
enjoy.
Haley.
Do any of you all know anyone personally or even heard of them that does concierge medicine in ophthalmology or retina, particularly? I've heard of one in general ophthalmology about 10 years ago, and he went to California. His practice volume went down 80%. I don't even know if he survived. It's the only one I've heard of.
Yes, so I've heard of this throughout ophthalmology recently. I've heard of some glaucoma specialists that want to provide concierge services, but then I added it to retina because I actually heard it at a meeting where a retina specialist had started a concierge service in their practice. Now, the only way to really do it legally is to completely opt out of Medicare and insurance and take no insurance. However, what we're seeing is like our scenario where they're trying to do both. And some are saying that they're staying with Medicare, and Medicare allows you in their concierge policy that you can charge for a membership fee to see the practice if you have a formal program. But you cannot charge a patient for covered services, and you can charge a patient for non-covered services. Well, that's nothing different than what you would do every single day because you charge Medicare for covered services and you cannot charge the patient. You charge a patient for non-covered. The challenge that I had was the way it's being proposed is to say, well, we're going to provide additional more time in the exam lane. And because we provide a boutique style and the patient has macular degeneration, and what we're going to charge additionally for is additional time to educate the patient about the disease. Now, is that a covered or a non-covered service?
Fuck no.
Because of the diagnosis of macular degeneration. Is macular degeneration a covered diagnosis with Medicare? Yes, of course. So we can't say that because the physician spent more time with the patient, educating the patient on macular degeneration, that that component is non-covered and boutique model. You cannot say that something that's covered by Medicare is considered non-covered. That's where I'm concerned with some of these concepts with concierge model, even considering glaucoma, any other subspecialty, especially retina. These are covered services. And it would be really hard to identify a concierge model in retina because the majority of all of that is really covered. And so it's a great question, Dr. Haley. What are your thoughts on that and also these routine waivers? These are actually based on true stories.
No, that routine waivers have been a problem ever since I've been in ophthalmology. And your opinion here is exactly what we've tried to teach you all through the years. And I don't think many people do that. They can't afford to do it, first of all. The drugs cost too much. If you write off 20% of the drug, you can't even pay for the drug. So, that doesn't go anywhere. And the same thing with PBM. I don't know of anybody locally that's doing PBM. Do you all see people that are yet?
Yeah, so I wanted to kind of like before Jessica goes to this next case, let's talk about that because we had a question about the PBM and Jessica did a great job walking through that case scenario.
Yeah.
One of the questions was that, Novitas is paying PBM. So the question is, Medicare, Novitas has been paying PBM. So the question is, since we do this for dry MD, can we charge a patient ahead of time and then refund them after the payment from insurance, from Medicare? Now, let's talk about this. So with a category 3 code, if you don't know about the coverage, you think it may be non-covered. With category 3 codes, it's pretty consistent that you would get an advanced beneficiary notice for the Medicare Part B patient. But if you know they're going to consistently pay and they have a consistent carrier priced allowable, you probably shouldn't be billing the patient up front because this is the challenge. You still could get the advanced beneficiary notice. You're required to bill it to Medicare when the patient chooses option one, which a patient would because they're not going to waive their appeal rights. You bill it with GA modifier. Well, when Medicare pays you, whatever they pay you, you actually, under the ABN rules, only have 30 days to refund the patient. Plus, you have to think about the patient experience. If I have to pay up front and then I get a refund from you in 30 days, I'm going to think, why did you charge me up front in the first place? So if Novitas is consistently paying a carrier price, it does not make sense to charge the patient up front. Dr. Haley, do you have any other thoughts on that?
No, I don't. I asked 6 months ago, Novitas, and they said they hadn't had any claims paid, but things changed. I'll have to ask them again.
That's right. So we have to be really careful, and Jessica did a really good job of outlining category 3 codes and these different paths that we have to consider, but we really have to make sure we're on the compliant path. So thank you for bringing that up. Jessica, let's talk about scleral fixated IOLs.
Yeah, I like the shift over to this surgical case. It's always fun to look at these. So a patient with dislocated IOL comes in to dysonular weakness. So they have a vitrectomy and IOL exchange. So the surgeon decided to also do a scleral fixated IOL at the same session. So let's talk about our paths here. We have a few different options for billing. And so step number one, what are our resources available for us to kind of start this path? And I know I said it earlier, but the surgery flow chart in the Retina coding book is like my just Bible for coding surgeries. So we have option one with removal of implanted material with a vitrectomy unbundled with a 59 and then an insertion of a lens. Option two is lens exchange with the vitrectomy, and option three is our new category 3 code for our lenses. So let's take a look at some questions here. Would it be appropriate or not to bill the new category 3 code 0996T for this case? So you talked a little bit about it in Joy's session earlier. And let's try to think of the key word that she mentioned with this. Is this one appropriate in this case? So let's take a look at our pathway. The answer is it is not appropriate to bill that. Why? Let's take a look at what that code is. So that new CPT code 0996T, again, category 3, but this involves an insertion of a capsular bag prosthesis. So we're not doing that. This is not a lens 1 device. Although it does include scleral fixation and vitrectomy, it does not include that capsular bag prosthesis. The case we are looking at is just a scleral fixated IOL with a vitrectomy. So let's talk through option one with the removal of lens material removal of implanted material with the vitrectomy unbundled. So there is not a scenario where we're going to unbundle this. We're going to use the vitrectomy because that's the service that we provided, a vitrectomy. We are not going to bill the removal of lens material from the posterior chamber in this case. We just did a lens exchange, so that code doesn't really apply here. Again, with the 66985, that applies to a delayed IOL placement, and although this was not performed at the same exact time as a cataract surgery, this code still does not apply. This is actually a lens exchange, so we've got to look at that code. So option 2 here is actually the correct one here. We're going to do the lens exchange. Make sure we list that first because of the higher RVU value. So again, we're kind of building on all of our skills here. So now we're billing 2 surgical procedures. We've got to know which one has the higher RVU because we know that second service, as we learned earlier, is going to be paid at 50%. So we want to get paid for that higher reimbursing service. So that one gets put first with our vitrectomy. And if you take a look at our resource from the retina coding book, this surgery flow chart, you will see the same kind of decision making here. So we're going to start with our dislocated lens. This is an IOL lens, and we're going to work our way through the flow chart we did at pars plana vitrectomy, and work our way down. So we land with the vitrectomy and lens exchange, and the codes 66986 and 67036. I love this flow chart. It is like my favorite thing. So again, don't forget your resources. When we are coding, we are never going to remember every little code and every little bilateral indicator. It's just important that we know where to go to find the answers. And that retina coding book it's on my desk, even now as an administrator, and I love it. So.
And I didn't even pay Jessica to say that. So that's just her personal opinion. Boy, we're really grateful, Jessica. But it's absolutely true. None of us can remember all the codes. We absolutely can't. And I use these resources each and every day. I use the Ophthalmic Coding Coach, the Retina Coding Complete Reference Guide, the coding clues that we have. I mean, that is our documentation. So you're right. We need those tools. It also helps if we think off the top of our head, we know. I always just go confirm, make sure that what I'm thinking is absolutely right. So those guides are great. Before we go into our final segment here, there's a couple questions that I wanted to kind of go through. And one is going back to the prior authorization conversation. So a Medicare Advantage patient just does not want to wait for the prior authorization and wants Avastin the same day. So does the ABN apply? Can we just charge a patient? So there's a couple things to unpack here. So first of all, the first question is, does the ABN apply? So the answer there is no. So an advanced beneficiary notice can only be used on a Medicare Part B patient, Novitas. So a Medicare Advantage patient, you cannot use an ABN for, and even the Medicare Advantage plans state this. You would have to have your own waiver. However, a waiver or an agreement with a patient can't supersede your contract. And if this is a contractual write-off, you can't just supersede this by just not billing Medicare Advantage. So the Medicare Advantage, the government plans like Jessica was talking about, you are mandated to bill the claim. You have a contract with the payer, and all the services that you provide, you have to bill. Otherwise, what is it going to be looking like again? Inducement. Because if you don't bill the payer, it could also look like you're encouraging the patient to seek more services. That's one aspect of it. That's why they say you have to bill for all services. In this example, you could say, but we're billing the patient, but that's outside your contract. And if you were to not get a prior authorization, it would be considered a contractual write-off. So in that scenario, you have to tell the patient, I'm so sorry, we have to get the prior authorization. When you're thinking about a new Medicare Advantage plan, you might want to consider some other options because this is the plan that you have, and we're going to do our best to get the PA as soon as possible. And so as I'm looking through these questions, Jessica and Dr. Haley, do you have anything else to answer to add to that scenario?
No, and I mean, it's getting harder and harder, I think, because so many people are switching that even the doctors are becoming better at saying, you know what, this is the plan you chose. And unfortunately, there are, just what is the word that we use? Like just challenges getting this done timely. But there are roadblocks, Joy,
Yes.
in getting you the care you need in a timely manner. And unfortunately, that's just, one of the setbacks of using a Medicare Advantage plan versus traditional Medicare.
It's really good advice. And again, thinking about these waivers, let's say that's not a Medicare patient, or an agreement with a patient agreement never supersedes your contract. So just remember that. Even if the patient says, I want to pay you for something, that does not supersede your contract. Additionally, thinking about like ABNs and billing the patient, the bottom line is follow the explanation of benefits. To bill or not to bill the patient. You're contracted, you send the services, the payer's going to tell you whether it's patient responsibility or a contractual write-off. They do that, they provide that information. So following the EOB is best practice. Also considering that just because the patient signs and agrees to something doesn't mean you can bill them. and you have to follow that explanation of benefits. Now, there's another question about extended ophthalmoscopy. So, an extended ophthalmoscopy is done to be able to bill for an exam on the opposite eye of an injected eye. Exam does not necessarily have a new diagnosis. So, the way that question's worded, an extended ophthalmoscopy in itself doesn't mean that you can automatically bill an exam with modifier 25. Now, extended ophthalmoscopy in the opposite eye, if medically necessary, meaning there's a new diagnosis or progression of disease in the fellow eye, and the extended ophthalmoscopy is performed to document the progression or that new diagnosis, that would be medically necessary to perform the extended ophthalmoscopy. That could be billed, however, it's bundled with the injection. Now, because it's performed in the opposite eye than the injection, it's appropriate to unbundle with 59 modifier. However, you have to make sure that you've met all the requirements for extended ophthalmoscopy, and again, that it was medically necessary to perform that extended ophthalmoscopy, but it doesn't necessarily just say, yes, you can bill the exam. And then there's a couple more questions on modifier 25. And
could I add to
yeah,
the extended
absolutely, Jessica.
ophthalmoscopy? I would
Yes.
also add that I believe most payer policies, at least they used to in the past, say they should not be duplicative information that you're getting. So if you've done an OCT or fundus photo that shows the same information on that and you're billing that test as well, you need to be careful of having duplicative resulting on that. So I just wanted to add that because I know sometimes, and the drawing must be present in the chart.
Great job, Jessica. The little checklist in your head that needs to be there. We'll talk about this question and then we'll jump into the coding competency and then we'll answer questions at the end, time permitting. But this is an interesting one because patients have coinsurance that's very for expensive medications. Let's say for Eylea HD, Izervay, that's over $400 per injection per eye. And most of these patients are elderly. They don't have money. They can't afford treatment. And without good days, enrolling patients in a PAP would be the only way for them to get this treatment. My question is, what is the best approach here? What other types of assistance are there? So, Jessica, I'm going to have you jump in here. And, this is really, really challenging because we just said you have to bill them that $400
That's
if
right.
they can't get the patient assistance, but the patient needs this. So we're kind of in a rock and a hard place here.
We are. And I think step one is understanding that this patient also has an out-of-pocket max. So, even if they went and had surgery today at the hospital, that's going to get applied to their out-of-pocket max and they would be required to pay that out-of-pocket. So this is not to sound cold in any way because this is a conversation we're having daily in our practice. But again, you do owe this 20% and, you'll have to pay this $400 until you meet your out-of-pocket max of $3,500, $5,000, $8,500, whatever it may be. But once you hit that limit, you won't owe that 20% anymore. So that again evolves into when selecting your next Advantage plan, if you're sticking with Medicare Advantage, try to look at your out-of-pocket max and maybe finding one with a lower max would be beneficial to you. So again, we're not, insurance agents, we can't tell them which plan to make, but we can let them know that this will apply to their out-of-pocket max of this dollar and that could be different with a different plan as well. So.
Great advice, Jess. And that's why we're so grateful to have you here. Real life experience, you're seeing this each and every day. And one of the attendees also shared there's something called Health Well Foundation is a new one that's coming out. So that's a great tip. And I also wanted to go back to something on your slide, Jessica, that talked about we have to bill for deductibles and coinsurance, but there were a few exceptions that you mentioned and pointing out if the patient actually has a hardship. Now, with Medicare, they have they have guidance on this. They allow for you to establish hardship, but they do have some rules. You do have to bill the patient for 3 months. You do have to formally establish the hardship. Now, Medicare doesn't have real specifics on that, but you have to, first of all, be consistent with all Medicare beneficiaries. That means everybody is offered the same hardship. You have to establish there's a real hardship, not just assume the patient doesn't have money. You have to actually do some diligence to confirm that. And then once you've done that, you're following your own policy. Then after those 3 months, you can then write it off as a hardship. But again, I would encourage you to have a formal protocol and follow it consistently with all Medicare beneficiaries because you don't want it to look like it's a routine waiver. So great Great advice there, Jessica. Thank you. Dr. Haley, do you have anything else to add or questions before, or anything to add before we go to the next segment?
No, good discussion, though. Good discussion.
Thank you. Well, let's take the Retina Coding Competency Challenge. We have some complex cases here. We're going to see if you can earn a gold star. We have a lot of resources that you could use. Also take back to your practice. So here is our first case. This is courtesy of Dr. Robert Beardsley, who co-presents with me each year at the annual meeting, of course, on retina and uveitis cases. He always saves all his most challenging cases for me, and he loves for us to share them. So here's a 67-year-old female with a new onset of floaters in the left eye for 2 days. The floaters are in the right eye for some time. No trauma, ocular history, seen by an outside ophthalmologist and sent to retina the same day. 20/20 vision, IOP normal, comp exam. Patient also has a mild NS. So Dr. Beardsley provided these photos, which are super cool. The patient had a retinal tear in the left eye. Patient also has a PVD in the right eye. And today a laser retinopexy in the left eye was recommended, performed the same day to reduce the risk of subsequent retinal detachment. And the patient also has that PVD in the right eye. Continue to monitor, and the patient's Medicare with Medicaid gap. So let's think about how we'd code this. Is it going to be that comprehensive exam with modifier 25, 67145? Would you bill it as just the laser only, or would you bill the level 4 with a 25 modifier in the and the laser, or finally a level 5? So I'll let you think about it, and then I'll go ahead and show you the answer. Super cool case to be able to just actually look at the documentation and then also the photo. So the comprehensive exam with modifier 25 is not incorrect. So that is correct because Dr. Beardsley did perform a comprehensive exam. Why are we saying modifier 25? We had significant separately identifiable diagnoses the same day, the PVD and the fellow eye. But why are we saying that's not the best answer? Because the level 4 is one of those scenarios where you're paid more. We did meet the definition for the level 4, 99214, but why level 4? Because we're saying this is a laser. And you might say, well, laser is a 10-day global period. But if we go back to what we've talked about at previous CodeQuest, we call it decipher the definitions. With E&M medical decision making, the AMA has defined when it says decision for elective major surgery or elective minor surgery without risk, what they're talking about is not based on global periods. It's based on the mutual understanding in the profession, the physician's understanding of that procedure, and the level of risk. And at the Academy, we support and we've published that lasers are considered a moderate level risk, or major as it's defined for E&M. And so that is why we would say with the progression of this disease with the major surgery, it's a level 4. Now the pitfall to avoid here to make sure and maximize reimbursement this year and every year is to bill that level 4 versus that comp exam, because here again, we have that increased reimbursement. Do the math over every single time you do this over the next year, and you could be losing a lot of revenue. Now, our next case is this: considering the definition of modifier 25, what's inappropriate coding? Just that scrub edit here, like Jessica was doing in the top 5 with intravitreal injections, just looking at the coding here. What do you see as a problem? So which one is inappropriate, or all of the above? So an exam with 25 with a fundus photo, an exam with 25 with a focal laser 67210 LT, or an exam 25 with the extended ophthalmoscopy of the optic nerve? Or do you think it's all of the above? Just scrub editing, looking at the way this is coding. This helps us identify quickly if there's any errors, whether you're the scribe in the exam lane, you're the physician confirming the coding, or you're the biller sending the claims. So I'll go ahead and show you the answer, which is all of the above. So all of these are incorrect. And we're going back to our definition with modifier 25, which is significant separately identifiable exam the same day as a minor surgery. Now this is an exam. A is an exam, 25 with a fundus photo. Regardless of what the payers tell you, when they're incorrectly denying your exam the same day as an office as a test, they are wrong with their claim edits. Slapping a modifier 25 just to get the claim paid is incorrect coding, and they're going to come back and recoup and audit you. So just because they made a mistake doesn't mean it's okay for you to make a mistake. You don't want that modifier 25. Also, as a retina practice, you're increasing your utilization of modifier 25 bypass modifiers. That increases your utilization and increases your scrutiny. B, modifier 25 with an exam same day as 67210. Well, this laser has a 90-day global. Because of the global period, major surgery, that means if we're considering 25 or 57, we need to use modifier 57. 25 is incorrect. So there's been times I've been at meetings when I've had the same question from multiple ophthalmologists in the same day. Which modifier do I use the same day as a laser? Do I consider 25 if I've met the definition, or is it modifier 57? And I say it depends on the laser, because all our lasers, ophthalmology, retina 2, could be 10 or 90 days. So do you have a cheat sheet in your exam lane? So the ophthalmologist can make the decision very quickly, is it 25 or 57? And did I meet the definition for 25? And then finally, extended ophthalmoscopy is not a minor surgery. And so as a result, you do not need modifier 25. In fact, it's just going to kick out the claim, increase utilization. Don't add modifiers when they're not appropriate. It's one of our rules of coding is not inappropriately using modifiers, because it really can increase your scrutiny. And modifier 25 and modifier 57 are not the same. They have completely different definitions. We know the requirements of modifier 25. We talked a lot about that today. Modifier 57 is pretty straightforward, just decision for major surgery, 90-day global. Now, I had this question yesterday during a private consulting coding course I was providing, and the question was, we get denials if we don't add a modifier 57 when, for example, we're deciding a vitrectomy, but it wasn't the same day, it might be the next day or 2 days later. And that is absolutely correct. So what we say is add modifier 57 if you're performing surgery, even up to 3 days later, because the commercial plans, a lot of the payers will kick it out as a pre-op visit if they don't see modifier 57 on the exam right before surgery. So here's just our cheat sheet with all the different office visit modifiers. Jessica did a great job talking about modifier 24. We've talked about 25. We've also now had examples with 57. That QR code will take you to our resources, and you can download that and to use in your exam lane. So let's play name that modifier, thinking of office visit modifiers. A patient undergoes left eye vitrectomy surgery, and postoperatively, the patient with symptoms in the unoperated eye, floaters, and a new diagnosis of PVD in the right eye. So which modifier would you append? So this is a perfect example of modifier 24. So left eye surgery, we're in the global, patient has new symptoms and a new diagnosis in the fellow eye. That is modifier 24. The next example, vitrectomy to repair a macular hole, 67042, is scheduled for the next day. So that's what we were just talking about. So 67042 is a 90-day global decision for major surgery. Finally, the patient arrives for a scheduled intravitreal injection in the right eye, but complains of new symptoms in the left eye and has a brand new diagnosis of dry eye syndrome and SPK. We're going to start artificial tears. New diagnosis, never diagnosed before, new symptoms in the chief complaint, modifier 25. That's pretty straightforward modifier 25 use. Here's our next competency with iVisit codes. To bill an intermediate iVisit code, the encounter must include a new diagnosis. What do you think, true or false? The reason why we're asking this is we've heard this question quite a bit, and we've heard from some of our members that some consultants have told them they cannot bill an iVisit intermediate code unless they have a new diagnosis today. So what do you think? Is this true or false? So I'm going to go ahead and show you the answer. And the answer is it's false. So it's a misconception. iVisit codes haven't changed since 1992. Yes, I was in ophthalmology in 1992, and I remember when these changed. Now, these definitions that CPT and the AMA published have not changed. Now, we need to look at what the words are here. So for an intermediate ophthalmological service, the definition, the intent was never that you had to have a new diagnosis. Now, the AMA definition of a problem is this: a disease, condition, injury, symptom, sign, finding, complaint, or other matter addressed at the encounter. So a new problem would be a matter to address at the encounter today. The patient has a complaint, there's a finding, there's a sign, there's a symptom. That's what that is defined by the AMA versus a diagnosis. So that's what's in the definition. So when evaluating a new or existing condition, which is our diagnosis, complicated with a new diagnostic or management problem, right? So going back to that AMA definition, pretty straightforward. This would include anything in the AMA definition of problem. So we have a glaucoma example, but we can also talk about this in retina. So following up on a patient with a PVD, what they've had, and they have a new symptom. I've seen new floaters, or they're just coming back because you told them to come back in 1 month, matter to address. And there's a finding, the PVD is there, they're doing well, that meets the definition. Now, the clinical vignette that's published in the AMA also confirms this, because the vignette is for an established patient with a known cataract that just doesn't require comprehensive exam. That's an intermediate. So an established patient with an established diagnosis is an intermediate exam. So it's a little bit kind of playing with the words sometimes when it's when there's this misconception. We call them coding myths. You can use an intermediate for an established diagnosis. The next myth and question here with iVisit is iVisit code definition: initiation or continuation of a diagnostic and treatment program. Now, this is a requirement with iVisit codes. We know that we choose intermediate or comprehensive based on exam elements, different requirements in E&M, and it always requires either the initiation or a continuation for the established patient of a diagnostic and treatment program. But this does not require an actual test to be performed when it's saying diagnostic and treatment. So what do you think, true or false? Because we've heard this rumor as well. And the answer here is it's true. It does not require a test. So we've heard that some are saying that you cannot bill an iVisit code unless you've performed some sort of diagnostic test. And that is incorrect. Even a back glare or a refraction or some sort of test has to be performed. Now, when it's saying diagnostic and treatment, it doesn't mean diagnostic tests. It's meaning diagnosing and treating the patient. Now, in our iVisit code checklist, which is in your appendix, we give a list of all the different options that meet this. It can be even scheduling the patient for a follow-up of a confirmed diagnosis. So a diabetic patient you need to see in 3 months. That meets the requirement. And so there's a list. Now, if you perform a test, that also it checks off, but it's not required. You don't have to perform a test. So I walk through all of this, even prescribing medication, prescribing surgery, seeing the patient again for a known condition. All of these do meet that requirement. So as a result, we did publish an article this month called Debunking Common Myths Related to iVisit Codes. We're trying to sort through all the definitions. It was co-authored by Matt Baugh, who taught this morning, and also Dr. Michael Repka, who is the medical director for governmental affairs at the Academy. He is also the CPT advisor. So I think that Dr. Repka is the authority in iVisit codes. He knows the definition and the intent here. So Dr. Haley, do you have anything else to add here? I know that you have also been, and we're very grateful for you being a CPT advisor, and we're grateful that Dr. Repka helped us sort all this out.
No, he's the man. He doesn't know it. No one knows it. And he's been very helpful in really establishing what the meaning of the rules really are.
That's right. So we wanted to make sure to simplify this so that there's no confusion. So we're grateful, and then we documented it in that article for you. So here's our next competency. A patient in the global period of the right eye, vitrectomy surgery with membrane peel and endolaser, undergoes a PRP capsulotomy in the left eye. The claim was denied, though, from the Medicare Advantage plan, and they're giving us these denial codes N115 and N386. What is the correct next step? We had a right eye surgery, left eye. Okay, so we billed it with 79. So resubmit with a different modifier. Let's try 59. B, Let's try 78. Maybe they think we need modifier 78. Or we know we're right with 79 modifier. Let's just resubmit it again. Or do we just need to appeal the claim?
Yeah, appeal the
Let
claim.
you think about it for a moment. 79 modifier should be pretty straightforward. We had a right eye cataract, excuse me, vitrectomy, and then a left eye vitrectomy. Um, in the global vitrectomy, we undergoes a PRP capsulotomy in the PRP in the left eye. So it's capsulotomy, but we meant PRP laser. So right eye, left eye surgery, regardless of what it is in retina, it is 79 modifier. Pretty straightforward modifier. However, there are commercial plans, and we are working with them right now on those denials that are denying 79 modifier. What they've told us is that they have highlighted or targeted physicians that use modifier 79 frequently. Well, that's almost all of ophthalmology because there's right eye and a left eye. And so they're denying them, and you have to appeal the claim. And you need to state why 79 modifier, as simple as it may sound, because it's unrelated, because it was performed in the opposite eye in the global period, and you need to show the definition for 79 modifier and appeal. That's just in the meantime, because we're going to continue to work with the payers. We did see some movement with Humana correcting some of those denials, but then we have seen some issues with Humana going back. Humana isn't the only one that was denying 79 modifiers, but some of them said again that they were targeting physicians, and we were also really concerned, why are you targeting them? Again, 79 modifier is pretty straightforward. I don't think there's a lot of misuse. They're seeing it with the anatomical modifier, the ICD-10 code. It's really correct based even on the claims data. So don't just resubmit with an incorrect modifier just to get it paid. Also, do not just resend a claim if it was denied. Obviously, that's just going to kick back out. You want to appeal, and then always come to the trusted source, come to us for resources. Let us know if the payers are acting up like this. We definitely will reach out to them. So here's our surgical modifiers again. 79 on the right-hand side, unrelated global. That's the right eye, left eye, like we were talking about. New post-op, 100% allowable. Now in retina, a lot of times we're thinking, is it 58 or 78? And with 58, there's 3 definitions for use. And this is really comes up a lot in retina. So either lesser to greater, we'll talk about some examples shortly. Pre-planned and documented as staged is the second option, or therapy following a major surgery. That could be an injection in the global of a major surgery related to that treatment. So planned or unplanned, related, new post-op begins, 100% allowable. Now 78 is unique. So an unplanned return to the operating room, that's not lesser to greater, it's a complication. 78 modifier is unplanned, it's always related, but it's only paying you for the surgical component, the intraoperative component. So you're paid 70% if it's a major surgery, because you're not paid the 10% pre-op and the 20% post-op. So you're paid 70%. But the good news here is a new post-op period doesn't begin. So if you bill a follow-up surgery in the global with 78 modifier on day 89, when you see the patient 1 week later, you bill exams. You're now outside the global period because the original post-op period remained. So you have to make sure in your practice, I always ask this question, how are you tracking the global periods when billing 78 modifier? Because some practice management or EHR systems only track global for you based on the CPT and not necessarily the modifier. So you want to make sure that you're not losing that revenue that you should be billing for those subsequent exams. All right, let's play name that modifier with surgical modifiers. A retinal tear is lasered in the left eye during a global period of a repair of the retinal attachment in the right eye. Left eye, right eye. Modifier 79, no matter what Humana tells you. You know this is correct coding, appeal it. We're fighting it on the advocacy side. Number 2, during the 90-day global period after destruction of localized retinal lesion, the doctor determines that a Kenalog injection is also now treating that edema. So what does that sound like? That is one of the definitions for modifier 58, that therapy following a major surgery. And then finally, a patient is status post-retinal detachment right eye, 67108. And during the global period, the retina detaches and the patient returns to the OR for subsequent repair, another 67108, that's going to be 78. It's not lesser to greater. It's the same CPT code. It's a complication. So 78 modifier. All right, here's our next competency. According to the Academy's 2026 clinical statement, guidelines for annual screening for plaquenil, retinopathy, so HCQ, OCT of the retina, and a wide pattern fundus autofluorescence, which is fundus photography, FA, is recommended while using plaquenil, but may be deferred during the first 5 years if there's no significant risk factors. Now, that language right there is pretty much word for word in your Novitas policy related to OCT, and they do reference our clinical statement. Some have emailed us saying this is new. It's not new. Our clinical statement was updated for 2026. Medicare's referenced this in the past. They know that there's times that OCT and fundus photo are recommended for plaquenil exams. OCT frequency in your policy is referenced from our clinical statement guidelines. But the challenge here is if we need both following that clinical statement guideline, how should the coding be submitted? Should we just bill the OCT due to NCCI edits? B, either bill the OCT or fundus photo, whichever makes the most, contributes most to medical decision making. C, we're going to unbundle the fundus photo with 59 or confirm unique payer policies for guidance and covered diagnosis codes. So really here, a little bit tricky, kind of almost like a trick question in a way, because first you really do need to say, what are the payer policies? So there are scenarios when it is appropriate to unbundle OCT fundus photo. They're rare. Medicare's language, limited circumstances, you must support with documentation. If you do it frequently, we're going to come audit you. That's basically what they say. Now, either OCT or fundus photo, if there's not a policy that allows you to unbundle. Now, commercial plans don't publish that. When I see practices, even with 2 separate diagnosis codes, and try to unbundle with commercial plans, they almost always will continue to deny. And when you know that, don't keep unbundling it. Just bill the test that contributes most to medical decision making. I've seen this in practices where they're appealing forever. They're never going to get it paid. And they also keep trying to unbundle these 2 tests. Not appropriate. Rare, limited circumstances. Now, if it's appropriate, then again, here's where it's our, when it is appropriate, you have to have documentation. Typically, with Novitas is looking for 2 separate diagnoses, not 1 indication, and they want to have good documentation. Here is our testing services grid to quickly identify bundles. Here you see the OCT and fundus photos are bundled, which means that there could be circumstances to unbundle. They're not mutually exclusive, like those that are shown in purple, which means there's never a circumstance to unbundle. But you can also find that very quickly in the ophthalmic coding coach by just clicking on the CPTs. It's telling you again, it's bundled. So what do we do with OCT and fundus photos? The Medicare policies indicate that it's okay in limited circumstances, 2 separate diagnoses, good documentations. Commercial plans, you're going to have a lot of trouble. The clinical statement is based on what's medically necessary, isn't necessarily aligned with what payers are going to pay you. We know that some tests are medically necessary, but they might be bundled, and you might not get paid for everything that you do, even though it's medically necessary. Now, the physician will need to defend their reasoning if you do unbundle, and the documentation must support per that payer policy, or they're going to recoup. And when both tests are performed and you cannot unbundle, which is a majority of the time, bill the test that contributes most to medical decision making. Here I added just all the different language across all different policies. You see Novitas right there in the middle. I kind of talked about what they say in your policy. You can also see the language in other policies, which is also helpful. Again, limited circumstances to do that. And then we're thinking about going back to our clinical statement related to plaquenil exams. In the fundus photo policies, which you do not have for Novitas, They do have the Z79.899 as an approved diagnosis, meaning it is covered. However, fundus photos typically have frequency limitations. So we also are bumping up against frequency limitations, also those bundles with OCT. Your OCT policy has those frequency limitations that were outlined in our clinical statement, so you'd have to consider those as well. Now, as far as that Z code being covered by commercial plans, the policies might vary. And again, 59 modifier, limited situations to unbundle because you really have to show it's either separate encounter, practitioner, structure, and it would really have to fall under unusual non-overlapping service. So you're really gonna have to show why you needed both photos. How did the OCT show you something different than the fundus photo and how that contributed to medical decision-making? That's what they're gonna be looking for in your chart documentation. And here's our next case. Thank you to Dr. Beardsley. So we have a 74-year-old female, no significant personal medical history except they've had cataract surgery in both eyes, presented with a MAC-off inferior retinal detachment left eye. You see that in the photo on the right-hand side. And due to inability to position, silicone oil was placed at repair, and he coded a 67108. So let's walk through what happened, and we're grateful to Dr. Beardsley to show these real-life cases. We all see this. 2 months later, the patient comes back, and it's noted to have PVR, so posterior vitreal retinopathy, inferiorly with that retinal detachment still with subretinal bands and a localized detachment. So the patient redetached, and now we have PVR. Patient was going back to the OR for a vitrectomy, scleral buckle, oil out and in, and a membrane peel. Stable for 3 months under oil. So let's take a look first of all. How do we code that second surgery based on what Dr. Beardsley described? Is it a 67108, 67113, which is our complex retinal detachment? Is it 67121, which is removal of that silicone oil? Or is it 67036 because we're removing that silicone oil and providing a pars plana vitrectomy? All right, let's take a look at the answer here. And again, we're going to probably go back to our diagnosis flow chart. What is the diagnosis? So let's walk through. On the right-hand side, I already crossed out pars plana vitrectomy because what is the diagnosis? Retinal detachment. That always takes us to the left-hand side. All the retinal detachment surgeries, except for 67107, just the scleral buckle, all include, and also pneumatic retinopexy. So the two retinal detachment surgeries that we're considering have a pars plana vitrectomy. So just because we perform a pars plana vitrectomy doesn't mean it's 67036. If it's repair of retinal detachment and it's one of those 4 codes on the left-hand side. So, but our next question is, what's the type of the retinal detachment? And he now has a proliferative vitreoretinopathy detachment with PVR. And Dr. Beardsley also said pars plana vitrectomy and membrane peel. So we talked about complex retinal detachment. What do we need to make sure? The correct diagnosis, RD with PVR, and a membrane peel. That qualifies for complex retinal detachment. So it's 67113. But now my next question and your decision is which modifier in addition to RT? Is it 58? Is it lesser to greater? Was it pre-planned? I sure hope not, and documented. Is it therapy? Is it 57? Decision for surgery. Is it 78? A complication. 79. What do you think? This is a question, this is one of those paths that I think you walk down each and every day multiple times. Well, let's go ahead and lock in the answer here. And the answer is 58 because it's lesser to greater. Now, when you're coding retina, always start with our resource left to right. If it's not 58, then it's 78. But 58 has 3 definitions for use. And the first one is lesser to greater. Based on those RVU values, more extensive procedure, the first code was 67108. Now it's 67113. That is a much more extensive procedure based on RVU value, also the procedures performed. It is 58 modifier. So then this poor patient, it continued. The oil was removed outside the global period. Cataract was removed 3 months later. Referring doc did that. Retina redetachments with PVR centrally and inferiorly. And then surgery number 4 was back to the OR with vitrectomy, membranectomy, silicone oil placement, and he had reported stable so far. Okay. Again, these are cases that you see each and every day. So let's talk about surgery number 3. Outside the global period, the oil was removed. So in that case, is it 67113, 67121, 67036, or do we need more information? I'll give you a clue. We need more information. If we ask that question, there's probably need more information. So why not 67113? Well, it's not a repair of retinal detachment. He just was removing the silicone oil outside the global period. The retina was still attached. Why is it not 67121, or is it 67036? We're considering those two codes, okay? And what's the difference of those two codes? Well, first of all, we know those two codes, they have pretty similar RVU values. So the reimbursement's really not going to be that much different. But the difference between the two is whether you use vitrectomy instruments, if it was really a pars plana vitrectomy. You see it in the op report with the description of the pars plana vitrectomy. So if it is a pars plana vitrectomy, it's going to be the 67036. If not the vitrectomy instruments, if it's removed by aspiration, that would be 67121. And the difference here is really not a big difference in reimbursement. It's just choosing the correct code. Now, for that surgery number 4 that was back to the OR, what do we think? Is that going to be a 67113 again? 67108, which is complex versus regular retinal detachment, or is it just that pars plana vitrectomy? Or is it 67040, which is vitrectomy with membrane peel? And again, this goes back to our decision tree once again, where we ask ourselves the question, what is the diagnosis? The patient, the retina was detached with PVR. So we know the diagnosis was RD with PVR still. And Dr. Beardsley mentioned vitrectomy and membranectomy and then silicone oil. So because we have our diagnosis check and our membrane peel and pars plana check, it is a 67113. And that helps guide us to the correct coding. And this also confirms that target in that audit section that we talked about, which is a complex retinal detachment. So I encourage you to really make sure your op reports support 67113. You're choosing these codes correctly. You're using those decision trees. We gave them to you as a bonus in your appendix because we want you to have them. And just have those in the exam lane. Have them with your docs in the OR when they're suggesting the codes, billers and coders as you're looking at the op report. So we're in closing, and then we're going to go through some questions, but I just want to go through a few slides here. But I want to first of all challenge you. At the end of CodeQuest for Retina Practice today, I want you to think about, what did you learn? What were the takeaways today? One of the questions I saw was, I just realized we're billing unit of measure incorrectly. We're billing ME, it needs to be ML, and we've been getting tons of denials. We need to fix them. If that was the one takeaway that you got today, that was worth the price of admission right there. We're going to correct those claims and we're going to get paid. There's multiple takeaways that I encourage you to think about today to help make your practice resilient, to ensure you're increasing your productivity. What about considering E&M and iVisit codes? What about making sure we're coding correctly the first time? What about avoiding those top 5 intravitreal injection denials? Who else in your practice needs to know is the most important question. And I'm going to tell you to start with, every retina specialist in your practice needs to know. And then everybody else on the team, because coding's a team sport. So make sure you're sharing what's new for this year. What did I learn at CodeQuest for retina practices today? Understand the why, that deep dive that Jessica walked you through. MUEs, bilateral indicators, again, unit of measure. How can we improve our training program that we're not just telling people add a modifier 24? Every time you see that, use this modifier without them understanding the reason why. Because if they don't understand the reason why, the next time they see a denial, they might be making the wrong choice. When is your next internal chart audit? I encourage you, that was one of our audit strategies, was to prepare for the next audit. And your best way to prepare is to perform an internal chart audit. So I encourage you to look at those targets, target them in your practice. Let's elevate documentation so that we show excellent results in all of these audits, and hopefully they'll go away for a period of time. Next, to bill or not to bill, another segment that Jessica walked us through. Let's look at our practice policies. Are we just saying, let's just always bill the patient? Or are we sometimes, unfortunately, and I do see this in practices, this was our referring doc, this is our friend. After the insurance pays, let's just write off the deductible or the coinsurance, regardless of who the patient is. If you bill the insurance, you've entered into and you're contracted, you have to bill them for the deductible or coinsurance. Unless the exception that Jessica pointed out, the patient has an ACA high deductible, and those scenarios under HIPAA, they can opt out, but they have to sign. Otherwise, Medicare coinsurance deductibles, you cannot write off. Contracted insurances, you cannot write off. And finally, I want to encourage you to explore Academy Trusted Resources. We have so many free member resources. In fact, we have them available to everyone. Academy, AAOE, AOP, which is our membership for technicians. You have these resources. These are your trusted resources. Find them on our website. If you can't find them, reach out to us. We'll point you in the right direction. But then also, I want to encourage you to connect with your community. That is one of the most, the big advantages, first of all, of our in-person CodeQuest, which I'm so sad I'm not in Austin, where you get to connect with your community. But there's even more opportunities throughout the year through AAOE and through the Academy and AOP for you to connect with your community. Also through our e-newsletters like Practice Management Express, our listserv, both with AOE and AOP, and also at our annual meeting. And before I go to the next slide, Jessica, you are our AAOE board chair for 2026. I want you to add how else we can connect with our community.
You know, I think the biggest thing for me over the years has been our listserv and e-talk. So first and foremost, jump on there. You don't have to list your question to somebody publicly. You can private message someone. You can private message myself or any of the other board members or content committee members. Attending meetings, getting to, again, sadly, we're all bummed we didn't get to go to Austin and visit with you, but there's other opportunities for meetings this year. And then don't forget to follow all of us on our socials. Joy always is posting something out there. You know, we're all kind of living in this world of social media, but Instagram's been a great way for me to see updates over the course of the last few months. But listserv is always my favorite. Aside from the annual meeting, look for other opportunities at Mid-Year Forum if you're someone who's into advocacy. And I look forward to seeing you all there over the course of this next year. I'm excited to be able to provide opportunities for you guys to communicate with the board what you're really looking for out of your membership as well. So if you have ideas, if you're excited to get connected with your board or committees, look for Alex Akaba's post about joining our member engagement committee. We're looking for members. This is a new committee for 2026. For those who have attended annual meeting, you've known us as the Fun Committee, but we're official and looking for members for our member engagement. So definitely reach out to Alex or Brittany Wachter if you're interested in joining one of our committees. We're excited. Got a lot going on this year, Joy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Jessica. And also, I just want to encourage anyone, if you are at any of those meetings that Jessica mentioned and you see her, make sure and come up and say hello and introduce yourself. And she's going to want to connect you with your community. She's going to introduce you to people in your area. She's going to connect you with people in Retina. She's going to make sure that you are part of our membership community. And really, that is how we all make sure that we're successful. Now, I also want to encourage all of you to take the ophthalmic coding specialist exam and have these designations, ophthalmic coding specialist, but then ophthalmic coding specialist retina OCSR. Jessica, you are an OCSR. Dr. Haley, you are an OCS, and you're one of the original physician OCS. And we're so grateful to you. In fact, Dr. Haley, you are one of the original authors of the OCS exam. So we're so grateful to you. And I do want to share that you're not the only physician anymore that takes the OCS or OCSR. We've had physicians that send me videos one that was retiring, and it was the third time he took the OCS exam, and he was so excited he had to send me a video to tell me, I don't know why every physician, every ophthalmologist in this country doesn't take the OCS or OCSR. It's the way that I make sure I have gone to CodeQuest every year and that I know the correct answers. So this year, I want to encourage, along with Dr. Haley, I think he can encourage people in person. Ophthalmologists should also take this exam, especially young ophthalmologists entering practice, making sure that you have that knowledge. You cannot Google your way out of mastering coding. You have to come to CodeQuest. You have to master fundamentals of ophthalmic coding, and the OCS and OCSR are the way to show your competency. And everybody else, billers, coders, scribes, I required my scribes when I was an administrator. My whole entire billing team had to take one or both of those exams. We were multi-subspecialty, and you have to retake it every 3 years. More information, QR code there. And again, we just talked about the membership matters, and we're highlighting here our new Senior Secretary for Ophthalmic Practice, Dr. Ankur Shah. Many of you know him. He co-presents with Jessica and I usually every single year at the annual meeting, except for last year, he wasn't there. But he will be there this year with us, and he does also teach Retina Coding Summer Symposium. But he is our overall champion for ophthalmic practice, and he is so excited about his new role. Not just in coding and reimbursement, but everything practice management, and also our new membership for AEOP. So this is him at an academy meeting with his entire team, including his billing staff, his technician staff. And this photo tells it all, because at the academy meeting, we say where all of ophthalmology meets, but now we have a membership where all of ophthalmology belongs. So no matter who you are in your practice, you play a vital role, but we want to invite you into our community so you know what's happening up front, and you connect and you make friends that can help support you throughout your career. So learn more at aao.org/membership. And Jessica, you already pointed this out. Follow me at Joy Woodkey. I'm going to share a lot of great tips with you. Some of the top questions that we're seeing, or sometimes I put out member alerts. So if you're not looking at our website, you didn't get a chance to read Practice Management Express, I will put alerts out. I will also share alerts from the Academy. So at Joy Woodkey, also my colleague Amy Yost, who is our new AEOP clinical content specialist and consultant to help technicians train. She is a COMT with decades of training information. She's helping to contribute to the AEOP community, now full-time staff, and also my colleague Heather Dunn, who also shares great tips. So follow us on Instagram. We're going to help guide you to all those resources. Here's additional resources also on our website, all those things that you need to bookmark in the Academy Coding Coach on the right-hand side. So we always like to leave a few questions, which we did today. Right on time, Jessica. We did great, even with that polling glitch. Again, I apologize for that. Maybe that just gave us a little bit more time for us to add some more little pearls and information along the way. So we hope you didn't mind. There's some questions here that are really, really helpful. One that I saved purposely for the end because we were talking about those complex retinal detachments. The question was, when injecting a compounded drug, such as methotrexate during surgery, such as a 67113, and it keeps getting denied. Now, it isn't a bundled code, but there's a certain modifier. Does that need to be used so we can get reimbursed? So let's talk about this. So complex retinal detachment and an intravitreal injection of methotrexate during the same session. Intravitreal injection is bundled with complex retinal detachment. It is not appropriate to unbundle. In fact, any injection, subconjunctival injection, intravitreal injection during a surgical session, retina surgery is bundled. So you cannot get paid for the injection. Now, the methotrexate, the compounded drug, if it's in a facility, a hospital, they have to get that drug. Obviously, the surgeon is not going to get reimbursed for drugs in a facility. The ASC or the facility perhaps can bill, but possibly not, because it might not be considered pass-through. It might be considered bundled in the facility fee. Now, methotrexate is often injected in the post-op period of 67113. And last year, the previous year, Dr. Beardsley had given us cases of methotrexate injected during the global period. And that's an intravitreal injection. When it's compounded, it is 67999. And you want to make sure the methotrexate drug, milligrams and milliliters, is in item 19 along with your invoice amount, so you're paid appropriately. If it's billed during the global period of that complex retinal detachment, it's therapy following that major surgery, so 58 modifier. And then sometimes it's also continuing to be injected outside that global period, so then of course you don't need a modifier. So Dr. Haley, you had also received a question on methotrexate, and I just want to make sure, was that a similar question? Did we
Yeah.
answer the question?
Same question. Thanks, Joy.
Excellent. Good. So I'm glad we got that. Now, I just want to mention before we finalize, we're going to go through a couple more questions. If we don't answer your question, send it to, in this case, we usually say codequest@aao.org. But because these are retina specific, just get them directly to me and my team, retinapm@aao.org. We'll know you were at Retina CodeQuest. Let us know you were at Retina CodeQuest in Texas, and then we will get back to you. Give us a little bit of time because we're on the road. Sometimes up to 10 days because we are on the road during CodeQuest season. Now, our next question is, how do you go about billing an injection or services while the patient is receiving sniff services? Jessica, I'm going to bring you in on this one too. How do you know if the patient is receiving sniff services prior to seeing them? So I'm just going to briefly say what sniffs are. And Jessica, let's talk about real world experience. So we know when the patient's residing in a skilled nursing facility, there's certain procedures, services that are not covered by Medicare Part B. We went through this at Retina CodeQuest last year in Dallas. We also talked about it at regular CodeQuest throughout Texas. So what is not covered? The technical component of the test is the responsibility of the sniff along with the drug. The drug is a responsibility of the skilled nursing facility. That's a big challenge. So before injecting the patient, you want to know this. Jessica, real world examples. How are you finding out if the patient's in a skilled nursing facility?
Oh, this one is so tough, and it's going to be a challenge forever unless the SNFs get mandated on communicating with us as a practice. But there are a few ways we know. Number one, having an observant staff. So I give them a list of red flags, and we're calling the SNF red flags. Is the patient getting dropped off by some sort of facility? Did they come in a wheelchair? Do they have like a broken arm or broken leg or something that's like keying you on to them potentially having a recent injury to where like they're normally moving around in your clinic? We get to know these patients. We're seeing them monthly a lot of the time. So those are some red flags. Did they come in with paperwork and hand it to the front desk? And a lot of times, you know, they don't hand it to the front desk and they'll hand it to the technician. So we make sure that we communicate to our total staff, like, hey, these are red flags. Any of those things get handed to you, we kind of stop the drug process at that point, and the billing team message, or the tech team or front desk team messages our billing team and says, hey, I have a potential SNF patient. The other thing is if they've been in a SNF before, and we know that's short term, it's 21 days, but if we've had it before, it's notated in the chart, and every time that patient comes in, we double check to make sure that they're not in a short-term facility before administering a drug. If we find out they are in a facility, 9 times out of the 10, they don't want to pay you for services. We still try to get those services approved, and we have to bill these. These are going to be the cost of these. Otherwise, this might be an instance where this patient needs the drug, the SNF isn't going to pay for the drug. This could be a sample instance for us, but really identifying it ahead of time is key, because the last thing you want is to bill out a bilateral, HD or Vabysmo and then find out it gets denied because they're in a SNF. So it's really identifying the patient ahead of time. When are they, and we call that SNF facility immediately just to confirm that they are short-term versus long-term, and then kind of proceed from there depending on what that answer is and if they're going to agree to pay our claim.
Jessica, thank you for that. And just, giving the real world experience, what you're experiencing right now in retina practices. And I'm sure the audience all can relate to exactly what you're saying. So thank you so much for that. And thank you, audience, for these questions because that's the best part about CodeQuest is that you get to ask us the questions and that always provides bonus content that is relevant to you. So thank you so much for being there, for providing those. Thank you. Huge shout out. We have to shout out to Rachel Reed, who is your amazing executive director at Texas Eye Physicians and Surgeons. You have a rock star ED in general, but this week she made the decision early in the week to change to virtual CodeQuest for both events today, which made us all prepared to be able to pivot so that you could safely watch CodeQuest. So we're so grateful to Rachel, also to Dr. Haley for being flexible and for being here. So grateful each and every year to have you here, Dr. Haley, because there is not a Dr. Haley in every state. I wish there was. I wish we could clone you because what you provide with your experience and your contributions to the academy is just so amazing, and we're so internally grateful to you for that. So thank you, Dr. Haley. And before final closing, I want to ask both Jessica and Dr. Haley, starting with Dr. Haley, any closing words for the audience? Dr. Haley.
I really enjoyed the afternoon, and then that we didn't have all the voting, and I think it flowed better. We got a chance time to discuss some more things, and I would say, why not give that a try?
Nice, nice. We were able to add a little bit more information. All right, Jessica.
Well, obviously, thank you so much for having me along today. I'm excited to get to contribute to your experience as members this year as your board chair. Again, reach out to me at any time on the listserv or on my Instagram. I'm just at admin Jess. Really easy. And I look forward to meeting you guys at the meeting. Like Joyce said, please jump up and say hello. I'm happy to meet each and every one of you and just have a lot of fun together in person. But just thank you so much. And Rachel, thank you for the quick decision making and making this successful virtually for us all. So again, thanks.
Thank you. Yes, again, Rachel, we're all safe and sound together. So wonderful afternoon. Thank you for sharing it with us. Thank you for your commitment to CodeQuest. Internally great, so grateful to Dr. Haley and Jessica today for both sharing their real life experience. And thank you for what you do every single day in your practices, treating patients and with conditions with retina and what you do each day. So we're internally grateful. And thank you for for allowing us to be your trusted source for coding and reimbursement. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at another CodeQuest soon. Take care. Have a wonderful day.
What the fuck? You see the purple bars? Yes. Start speaking. Start speaking. Is there no audio?
Don't let this move fool you. You probably think this guy is just testing to see if the ice is safe to walk on.